When I set out to review Tequila and Bonetti all those years ago, I knew that it would take a while. Don't know if I knew it'd take 10 years, but I get a little busy sometimes. But now you have all 12 reviews, from the DVD-R hell ones to the Cinema Snob ones, all in one video of the greatest talking dog cop show of all time. Yes, even better than Puchinsky, even better than Doghouse. Cause just because you have a wacky talking dog doesn't mean you can't have some hard R villains like child abductors or serial killers. This show is crazy. Let's relive it, shall we? Well, I've been teasing it for so long, and for good reason too. I've watched so much Tequila and Bonetti lately that I can now confirm that it is indeed one of the greatest things ever. Not just simply to TV, movies, or pop culture, just ever. Ever, ever. Tequila and Bonetti is the cross between Look Who's Talking Now, Turner and Hooch, and Law & Order SVU that was desperately needed. Tequila and Bonetti first aired in January of 1992 as a mid-season replacement. Because of course it was a mid-season replacement. And what better time too, because that period between 1990 and 1992 was the time for talking dog cop shows, the others being the Canadian sitcom Doghouse and the one-off pilot Puchinsky.
Surprise!
Is Tequila and Bonetti the best in the trilogy of talking dog cop shows? Tequila and Bonetti is the best in the trilogy of anything. Tequila and Bonetti was brought to us from Donald Belisario, who had previously scored hits with Airwolf, Quantum Leap, and Magnum P.I. My grandparents would know him as the creator of JAG and NCIS. Yeah, JAG and NCIS kinda suck, but that doesn't matter. This man gave us Tequila and Bonetti. He could have created Dads, and he would still be forgiven. And like most shows of the time, the opening credits give us all the backstory that we need. Jesus, that was dark and bleak. So Detective Bonetti then moves himself to sunny California, and the opening credits get even sunnier. Yeah, never mind that kid who was shot dead. Surf's up! It would be very hard to do this show nowadays. Everyone is happy in these credits. Mariska Hargitay reminds us that Law & Order SVU would be better with a talking dog, and the late great Charles Rocket may have the tiniest coffee cup, but it doesn't matter, he's got the biggest gun. Life is sweet. Bonetti's got a dog, and he's getting laid. And do I even have to mention that the first shot of the show is the magic hour? It's 1992, of course it is. Doesn't matter, the rest of the scene is in the afternoon. But if that doesn't sum up everything for you, there is this bit of narration.
Now you would think that this homeboy's life was a bed full of deaf honeys and large liver. Well, looks can be deceiving.
And that's the last you'll hear of his narration. But I do love that the people who are just now tuning in will have no idea that it was the dog who was narrating it for them. Jack Scalia plays Detective Nico Bonetti, who is already getting a good taste of California's oh-so-subtle vanity plates. What the hell does Roch Dash mean?
Rich dish.
Oh. Tequila's introduction isn't quite as epic. Look at that. The first shot of Tequila is like my last shot of Tequila, passed out and on the pavement.
Hey, yo! Ow!
And getting ran over by a car. He flat out ran him over. He's covered in oil now. No wonder he has all of those scars. How many times has he been ran over before? Tequila is voiced by Brad Sanders, who G.I. Joe fans may know as Big Lob from G.I. Joe the movie, but who I know as Ghetto Man from Legends of the Superheroes. Sanders is given the task of not only speaking as the dog, but growling as him too.
Hey, what's your problem?
You, man, Brett. Why you trying to bust a move on me with that caddy, huh?
Might as well. That saves you from having to mic the dog. Just have the actor bark or growl. It should be noted that the characters can't hear Tequila's thoughts, but we sure can, though they do understand dog piss.
Hey, yo, man, Brett. How you like this fucking job?
Oh, these two. Bonetti should consider himself lucky it was just piss, given what Tequila's eating habits are like.
Crushed by 2 tons of Detroit iron, but I can still smell a burrito. My nose is on the one.
Charles Rocket plays Captain Midian Knight. Don't you just love it when every character's name could be the title of its own show?
You got a Captain Midnight running this Boy Scout unit?
Excuse me. You mean Captain Midian Knight?
No one calls him Captain Midnight to his face.
Why not?
Because I don't let him.
I wouldn't want to be called that either. If your name is already Midian Knight, that's a badass enough name right there. Hell, even the actor's name, Charles Rocket, is badass. Oh, and just in case you don't know, the detective Nico Benetti is Italian.
You drove from New York to LA in 2 days.
No, 37 hours, 14 minutes to be exact. I would have made better time, but my mama made picellis for my Enzina in Chicago.
It doesn't stop there, because Bonetti isn't just Italian, he's 90s television Italian.
Hey, dove vai? Dove vai? Ti farò una femminina!
Quelle del cazzo dei bassi, è lui il capo.
What?
Nothing, it's just an Italian expression.
If you're confused, I have a hard time following others in the precinct too.
This kid lost her Humpty Dumpty hat. He fell off trying to catch it.
He landed on the Fiddler's 3.
He didn't land on the Fiddler's 3. He landed on Miss Muffet's Tuffet.
You sure?
Jack Sprat's Wild Ride doesn't fly over the Fiddler's 3. It flies over Miss Muffet's Tuffet.
I forgot about that.
This is the first episode. I don't know your inside jokes yet. All I'm thinking about right now is the scene from Alice in Wonderland the musical porno when Humpty Dumpty gets blown. Midian Knight isn't just a police captain, but he's also a struggling screenwriter, because everyone in California is.
That's why I had Broadmoor set up at the docks.
See, I knew Jorge would think he was one of Mendoza's boys and pop him.
Yes. Oh, it's a perfect way to end Act 3.
Considering the reviews this show got, I don't know if you should have a character openly talk about troubles with Act 3. Maybe now they'll get to more of the hilarious stuff with Bonetti and the talking dog.
I shot and killed a 12-year-old girl.
Or they could talk about that. Ah, fuck it. Just show it. And this isn't just a one-time thing. They cut to that flashback a lot. Like a lot. Throughout most of the series. Dead kid, talking dog.
My pleasure.
And Officer Tequila. These guys are your new partners.
I believe now is the time for a wah wah wah. But I just want to point out how impressed I am by Tequila's performance. He is filmed and trained so well that I honestly believe that these are the dog's actual thoughts.
Don't you just love this look? It's the one cats get just before you eat them.
And some of them might give you nightmares. About 10 minutes into the show, we get a sense of two things. Bonetti is dealing with killing a kid, and Tequila is dealing with his love of burritos.
Look, Captain, come on. I thought canines are supposed to be Doberman pinches, German shepherds, dogs with smarts.
That's it. If rusting your hubcap upset you, wait till you see the burrito I'm gonna dump on your leather interior.
And Tequila isn't just a cute name, it also means he's a drinker.
Got a cold brew in there?
What you looking for, huh? Water?
Water? You know what fish do in water?
Says the dog that's gonna shit in the car that he's about to ride in, or at least belch in it.
That's what I love about burritos. You get to enjoy them over and over.
You gotta stop feeding this dog burritos, or at least get him laid or something.
Nobody ever got lucky in the back seat, I'll tell you that.
Au contraire. There was that stray chihuahua in October. What a funky fresh puppy she was.
What is wrong with having a clean patrol car?
Okay, that dog would split a chihuahua in two. Time to talk about Bonetti and his new partner, Angela Garcia. Their relationship is 90s boy cop, girl cop relationship.
When was the last time you smelled the inside of a jock's locker, Garcia?
Have you ever heard of sexual harassment visiting Detective Bonetti?
515 Central. Reported suicide at 408.
Back when the answer to sexual harassment was, ah! No time for that though. There's a crime scene and Tequila's about to shit in the car. It's okay, he's a dick to other cops too.
You know, I bet when you get off duty, you take a card, you put it in your spokes, and you play motorcycle cop.
Someone's not a fan of campus cops on USA. As for the crime scene, wait, not Rich Dish. She was my favorite Rich Dish of the show. So this is a silly show about an abrasive cop and his wisecracking dog partner. So what's the case gonna be like? Did the Rich Dish misplace her makeup, or did her poodle get stolen? Jesus Christ! That's what I love about this show. Sure, it's about a talking dog, but shit gets real. It's almost like the entire purpose of this show is to troll people who are channel surfing. One minute they think they're watching a gritty cop show, and then the dog talks. Alright, it's gotta be something to watch on TV.
I'll give you 1 point for not screaming, Garcia. You have Russell Lester picked up for questioning.
Cop show. I guess I could get into this for a bit.
What's this? Bay rum and a poodle. And coming in the heat soon. Oh, wow.
What the fuck? Granted, the dog isn't the only silly thing in this scene.
He's a retired homicide tech. I called him and Sam Spade.
Sam Spade?
He's the coroner.
Oh my god, I hope this show takes place in the same universe as the Maltese Falcon. Mainly, I'm just thinking about the poor stagehand dangling his legs all afternoon. The victim is written off as a suicide, but Bonetti's theory is that the person who he witnessed bumping into her car earlier then followed her home to exchange information and get laid. He might be the murderer, or as Bonetti puts it,
Garcia, he just didn't ding her car, he dinged her too.
And use those exact words when you file the report. I like how even the talking dog knows that this is not the time or the place to make a joke.
Sounds like my lunch at Finocchio's.
Where?
Finocchio's. I had the peach salad with tofu and bean sprouts. Peachy bean.
Captain.
Well, it's just my attempt at a little humor there.
Of course, Tequila and Bonetti can't just see each other at work. We wouldn't see them together as much. So like every cop-dog partner show or movie, they gotta live together.
Bombs up. What?
Wait a minute. I barely agreed to work with that dog. There ain't no way he's coming home with me.
He's your partner. He stays with you. That's department policy.
True, it's department policy. Just look at Silk Stockings. They wouldn't have slept together if it wasn't for Department of TV policy. Granted, I don't think there was ever an episode of Silk Stockings where Rob Estes shit on the floor.
Yeah.
It's like the first thing you ought to buy is a pooper scooper.
A pooper scooper?
Again, you should probably stop giving him burritos.
Homeboy and I will be back in your face after a few moments.
Okay, we've got a sunset, saxophone, room with a lot of pinks. Yeah, we are definitely back from a commercial break. With nowhere else to go, Tequila and Bonetti crash with Bonetti's ex-wife while Tequila scopes out the place.
Rubbing alcohol, liniment, mercurochrome, Prep H.
I understand the dog's fascination with burritos, but how the hell does he know what Preparation H is? It's best Tequila hides out anyway from taking Terry Funk's burrito earlier.
God, I love burritos.
I'm gonna kill him.
I imagine these two had a decent relationship. They both talk the same.
And then Frankie and Tony and Gino and that Greek kid
Munja.
come over, and I end up making the pasta and going out in the rain to get the beer.
I bet him.
See, there you go. It took her only a few seconds to bring up pasta. Then again, it takes less time for Tequila to speak jive.
Damn, baby, chill with that squealing.
It's okay, she's obviously racist. By the way, the dog, only recurring black character on the show. These two have to start banging, otherwise the opening credits would have been lying. And now we know that Tequila likes to watch.
Woo, my boy getting busy.
And commentate. What's wrong, getting a half chub, Bonetti?
The bathroom! You locked me in the bathroom! And you didn't even leave the toilet lid up.
He's gotta have the burritos and the beer, but at the end of the day, he is still a dog, so he loves him some piss water. Now we have a recurring sequence in the show in which Bonetti takes time out to play the piano in the middle of an episode. Though in this case, it's framed a little weird, as it looks like Tequila is looking at him, but she looks like she's looking out the window. Once again, Bonetti gets a flashback to murdering the kid, although this one really showcases the dramatic balls this show has for a series about a talking dog. No joke, thanks to the acting of Jack Scalia, this is the most heartbreaking scene of the series.
What about being if you kill me?
And they were smart enough not to have the dog talk at the end of it. But the tone is kind of ruined when the very next scene, with no commercial breaks, immediately begins like this.
White poodles, black poodles, pink poodles, and you're all mine, mine, mine! You woke me! In the middle of a pack of hot poodles, you woke me!
And that tonal whiplash is one of the many things that I love about this shit. Bonetti wakes up to find supporting character jogger Sherry in his apartment, but can't find his ex.
Where's Terry?
On her way to London.
London?
Mm-hmm. She's dancing on ZZ Top's world tour. She'll be back in 6 months.
Well, she didn't tell me.
No problem. She left a note.
So basically the apartment looks fantastic, and they want to keep shooting inside of it. They just don't want ex-wife Terry to be a lead character. So she's off seeing ZZ Top. Bye! Unfortunately for Tequila, it's not burrito day at the precinct anymore.
Hey, Tequila! Take it up with New York. He left me hanging for breakfast.
Given everything else I've seen him eat, that's probably the best thing for him in this entire episode. A fucking candy bar. While Bonetti still believes that the man who dinged Rich Dish's car is the murderer, others aren't so sure.
Sam Spade is ruling this a suicide.
You gonna believe a coroner named Sam Spade or me?
Yeah. But what does Philip Marlowe think? Can we get Tequila's 2 cents in here?
Do you believe there's not one loose burrito in the joint this morning?
Thanks, Tequila. While everyone still believes Rich Dish is a suicide, the only one standing by him is Tequila.
Yo, B, don't go for it, man. They trying to dish you, man. B, come on, man. Don't go for the okie doke. B?
You gonna desert me too?
No, B. I'm your partner.
So, does Tequila think that they can hear him? Because if so, that's gotta be a really frustrating existence for him. No wonder he steals their food. He just wants their attention. Then again, sometimes he doesn't have to steal it. They just openly give him totally not dog food.
Listen, you can't eat with his mouth closed.
He's a dog.
I wonder if poor Brad Sanders had to just mimic eating a pizza, or if they had him chow down in the middle of the recording studio. Garcia's backstory is that she was once married, but her husband was killed in the line of duty. The important thing is, what does Tequila think about all of this dramatic revelation?
He was a good cop. Always shared his burrito with me, man.
Thanks, Tequila. Keep wolfing down that pizza. As for the case, thankfully they're treating it with the respect that it deserves.
Beautiful women don't hang or shoot themselves, Garcia. They take a pill so they can look good in the coffin.
Wow! Yes, very, very true, yeah. The rich never do anything to fuck up their corpse in death. Though that highly insensitive comment does lead Tequila to more or less solve the case.
Yeah, he's right, Sweet Pea. It was a murder. I could smell it, even though my nose was zoning that poodle. The poodle! The poodle! She had a strong scent, but nothing in that house smelled of her. Holy smoke, it wasn't the blonde poodle.
Holy crap, I was kind of right. The case does come down to a missing poodle. And a dead person, too. The hunch is that the poodle's scent will lead them to the killer or other dogs.
Yo, home slice. I'm looking for a poodle that just came in the heat. Look, she passed this way sometime last night or early this morning. Did you sniff her or not?
While not every dog can talk, rest assured it is still a person making the dog sounds. For a while they follow Tequila with the car, but he's just as useful inside the car too.
Turn left, take the next left.
I think he wants us to take the next left.
How do you know that... you know what? Fuck it. If Lassie can do it, then Tequila and Bonetti can do it too. It turns out the killer isn't the guy who dinged Rich Dish's car earlier, but the random dude who flipped off Bonetti in the opening scene. If Tequila gets his own spin-off, at least now we know what the tagline would be.
Yeah, come on, street talk, follow me. The nose knows.
Or Mac and Charlie can use that as another tagline for their Dolph Lundgren crime porno, The Smell of Penetration. Thankfully, Tequila's head is in the right place.
I was afraid you were never gonna show up.
Ooh, hello, sweet thing.
Easy, Tequila. We want to apprehend the person first before you go fuck the dog. Also, there's the little matter of Bonetti being afraid to pull his gun on someone since the accident.
Hold, draw, shoot!
B? Gary, what's up?
He genuinely looks concerned, and he also looks like he wants to fuck a poodle, too. Bonetti gets over his fear, and if you think this is the kind of show where the bad guy is simply gonna get arrested... Nope, because in this universe, people get fucking shot! And the cops get laid.
Oh, look, he's pushing her to the landing.
Well, see, I don't think he's pushing that.
In most of these retro cop shows, the cop usually ends up banging someone who's involved with the case. Just in this show, the cop happens to be a dog. Look, he even gets his own nude bathing scene.
Tequila's more interested in a little boom-a-dee-boom.
You are whack, Benetti. I do my job as a cop and you question my motives? Huh, I am out.
Hey, Tequila, come back here. I gotta dry you off. Look, get water all over my floor. Come back here. Tequila, come over here. Tequila!
Yeah, suicide, murder, dead kids, and hijinks. But to be fair to Bonetti, Tequila was fucking that dog in the water when Bonetti was chasing the suspect on the rooftop. And damn right Tequila gets top billing in the ending credits. Now, I'm sure you want to know plenty more about Tequila and Bonetti, and trust me, there's a lot more stuff to go over. But I can't get into all of that in this episode, because rather than just looking at the pilot, this is the first in our 12-part look at the entire series of Tequila and Bonetti. And coming up next time, Tequila and Bonetti hunt down a serial rapist. I'm not joking. Before we get to today's episode, many questions are often asked about the making of Tequila and Bonetti, such as, how did this make it to air? How did Donald Belisario pitch this to a network? Or, was the dog always supposed to talk? All fantastic questions, and admittedly, even when I watched the pilot, I often wondered if it was originally designed for Tequila to talk, or if that was just an afterthought during the show's production. The way the pilot is written, though, it seems like Tequila was always supposed to talk, at least in how the plot works in the pilot episode. We wouldn't have known that the killer's whereabouts could be traced by finding the scent of his poodle if the audience wasn't able to hear Tequila spell this out for us. Without Tequila talking, it would have been completely random that the dog gets up and then suddenly finds the killer. Plus, a scene like this would have been just two dogs silently staring at each other for 3 minutes. From what I've gathered, it's less that this was Belisario's brainchild, and more that the network approached Belisario to create a show for the network that could capitalize on the cop-dog partner trend, most notably with Turner and Hooch. When you read reviews dating back to the show's premiere in 1992, it reads like the show was almost destined to fail, with Entertainment Weekly writing that they wanted to be the lone voice that would give a pass to Tequila and Bonetti, but ultimately they gave the show a D-. Well, it's 23 years later, and I'm here to finally give Tequila and Bonetti a pass. Many reviews for the show hung on to the fact that the show was originally called Tequila and Boner, presumably changed because even for a talking dog cop show, that's a little much, and I'm not sure how Italian a name like Nico Boner is. Also, it has nothing to do with Boner from Growing Pains. It could also have been changed because too much tequila can often cancel out a boner. While episode 1 was about investigating the possible suicide of a wealthy young socialite, episode 2 goes even darker and has Tequila and Bonetti chasing down a street preacher known as the parking lot rapist. But we can't get into that in the opening scene. We need shenanigans before we cut to the opening credits.
Look at this fool. He hangs a leather bag from a palm tree.
This coming from the dog that was upset the toilet lid was down in the pilot. But we do learn that Tequila does seem to be attracted to human females, but would much prefer it if they were a dog.
Man, if she was a poodle, I'd be out from under this truck getting down. Know what I'm saying?
Well, that's better than Puchinsky, who took it a step farther and just fucked the ladies in the precinct. This is now the second episode out of 2 that begins with Tequila getting run over by a car, which means that Tequila really needs to stop sleeping in parking spaces. A random go-to gag in this episode is that Bonetti's ex-wife's friend Sherry gets into a fender bender with Mr. Kajimoto. I had to look up what that character's name is because that's so not what Tequila calls him.
You did that on purpose, Godzilla breath.
And that's the first of 2 times they refer to him as Godzilla Breath in this episode. I guess they figured, well, he's Japanese, so we gotta call him something Godzilla related, and then they stuck with it. The pilot episode began with the opening credits, which was a good way to set up a little bit of a backstory before expanding on it further. This one has shenanigans to start the episode, which makes it a little jarring when it cuts to the credits.
Look, human, it never fails. The more they talk, the less they say.
Godzilla breath, poodles, fender benders, hot chicks, and remember that time Bonetti shot and killed a kid? I keep wondering why they say Tequila as the dog. Obviously, it's Tequila as himself, or if his real name isn't Tequila, then it should be the dog as Tequila. The case in episode 2, Teach Your Children, begins with Officer Garcia working undercover with Tequila and Bonetti to catch the notorious parking lot rapist, and partake in a little harmless flirting.
Yo, Garcia, copy this. If you want my partner, marry her.
Do you mind, Benetti?
What's interesting about a show in which a character can talk, but other characters can't hear them, is that they're still polite enough to wait for the animal to finish his lines, even though they can't hear him.
I'm sorry, Garcia, but my butt's gone to sleep. I can't get any blood in my brain.
That's nothing new.
You okay?
You try walking in spike heels for 2 hours.
Bonetti in high heels? That's an ugly thought.
You're doing great, kid.
So mute his lines and he'd have a fantastic rip-off of Garfield minus Garfield. So the subject matter is a bit dark in this episode, but maybe the villain will play it rather comedically.
Surely I was sent to deliver this message to you, to repent your wickedness and turn to the light!
Or he could play it totally straight, as if this is a legit freaking thriller, and that makes this awesome. It's just like Rape Squad, if it featured a talking dog.
My blood will cleanse you.
Dirtbag!
The pilot episode did a pretty good job of matching Tequila's lines with the expressions on his face. By episode 2, it still matches here and there, but there are times when Tequila's lines portray him as really pissed off, but his expression is more curious, like this, like,
See how her sin pierces my flesh?
Don't move! I like to pierce your flesh with my teeth.
Everyone is happy that the parking lot rapist is off the street. Well, almost everyone.
Wow, they just dissed me and B. Just like we was just out there chilling.
Well, that's it then. We need to turn him loose on the grounds of dissing. Actually, once hotshot lawyer Violet, played by the late Rosalind Cash, turns up, the parking lot rapist named Reverend Pascal does stand a chance of getting released on the grounds that no one wants to go against Lisa from the Omega Man. While there may be some pauses here and there to let Tequila finish his lines that no one hears, sometimes it seems his lines are stretched to match how long the dog's insert shot is.
From what I understand, Reverend Pascal was simply trying to help Officer Garcia.
Help her do what? Catch a disease?
Reverend Pascal is able to get released because neither Garcia nor Bonetti remembered to read him his Miranda rights. Bonetti tries explaining that he read him his Brooklyn rights, which must mean a lot of people get set free in Brooklyn. And as for Tequila, now it doesn't even need to cut to him. They just add in a line to break up silence in someone else's shot.
Politeness, huh? Politeness. I'd like to politely rip him a new one.
I, for one, think that they need to keep Reverend Pascal in custody on the grounds that it plays evil music whenever he stands up. Guilty, 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 guilty. The subplot of the episode is about the relationship between Garcia and her daughter Teresa, who has tequila powers, meaning she can talk without her lips moving.
I get to cook the ice cream.
Garcia is keeping something big from Teresa, but that has to wait, because Pascal has broken into Garcia's house, left her bra and panties on the table, and put roses in the microwave. That's right, just like in the pilot, the case of the week is all about shit getting real. But there are more important things to discuss rather than this break-in by a rapist.
Not one donut, no candy bars, no burritos. Is everybody going on a diet in this place or what?
And that is that Tequila can't find any food. If Tequila drew his line out earlier to match a longer shot, in this scene, it seems like he's talking faster as not to interrupt Garcia talking about her rather shitty day.
Oh no, that's peanut butter. I don't want that. I know a dog went crazy trying to eat one of them things. Stuck his mouth together for a week.
I just really needed.
She requests to take some time off, but Captain Knight refuses to give her that time because he thinks she's just upset that the collar went wrong. And the reason he knows something is wrong...
Insightful human instincts. And the fact that Officer Vita told me that when he offered to buy you a beer yesterday after your shift, you called him a chauvinist slug.
Exactly! No one turns down a beer from Officer Vita. That is, unless there is a rapist loose on the streets and he's stalking you. And in case all that didn't spell it out for you that Garcia is upset...
Wow, Sweet Pea's ticked off big time.
Thanks, Tequila. Though if Garcia didn't like that Officer Vita offered to buy her a beer, she's definitely not gonna like that Tequila called her Sweet Pea. Bonetti tries his best to calm her down, saying that even he's made mistakes that have put people back out on the streets, only with one slight difference.
I've been there. I know how you feel.
Yeah, did the guy try to rape you, Benetti?
Well, no, but Bonetti also had to turn down a beer from Officer Vita. For some reason, she only lets Bonetti know that Pascal is possibly stalking her.
No, but
did he break into your house?
Whoa!
What?
Wait a minute. Back up.
Tequila, you're supposed to have the best ears in the building. They shouldn't have to repeat things to you. So you've pretty much got the vibe of the show. The cases are more or less straight out of any procedural cop show, only with a wisecracking dog there to provide commentary through a lot of it, and more often than not, solve the case. Which means that yes, you could probably edit out some of Tequila's lines, and the scene would make just as much sense. Here's a scene with Tequila's lines edited out.
And what happened?
Nothing.
Garcia, what did he do?
Nothing was taken. I came home and my lingerie was scattered all over the house.
All right, you're gonna stay with me.
No way.
I mean it. You got me and Furface here. Garcia, you're my partner. You do the same thing for me, right?
Right, and would you let me?
No.
Okay then, so.
But I don't have a little girl.
Yeah, I mean, I get the gist of the scene, but it's like watching any other cop show. Now here it is with Tequila.
Let's find out what's really going on here.
And what happened?
Nothing.
Garcia, what did he do?
Nothing was taken. I came home and my lingerie was scattered all over the house.
Ooh, man, we got one sick cowboy to deal with here.
All right, you're gonna stay with me.
No way.
I mean it. You got me and Furface here.
Who you calling Furface, pasta head?
Garcia, you're my partner. You do the same thing for me, right?
Right, and would you let me?
No.
Okay then, so.
But I don't have a little girl.
Homeboy's right, Sweet Pea. You gotta think about your little one.
Now we know what a regular cop show is like, drunk off of tequila. I'm just saying that if canceled cop shows like Golden Boy or Ryan Caulfield Year One had a talking dog in them, yeah, they probably still would have been canceled, but I at least would have watched them. And now I know how to say words like gabiche.
Capiche?
No. Gabiche. Gabiche?
Gabiche?
You have to hand a little bit on you. You gotta work on it.
Capiche, gabiche. Look, I don't care how you say it. This dog knows something ain't kosher.
Meanwhile, Sherry and Mr. Kajimoto are still at their parking spaces, yet have struck up a rather interesting friendship.
All that bad energy is just gonna come back to haunt you.
Yo, Code, you see the present I left for you in the begonias?
And every new friendship is made better by inserting a line from a talking dog about dog shit. Garcia and Teresa stay with Bonetti while Pascal is still out on the streets, and it only took 2 episodes to get Tequila to cross-dress.
Vodka doesn't like to play dress-up.
Where you get this vodka? Do I look Russian to you?
I love that the 9-year-old knew that the dog was named after some kind of alcohol, but wasn't sure which one, so she just went with vodka. Now we know what her drink of choice will be when she grows up. Bonetti fixes everyone dinner, and since this is Detective Nico Bonetti, Italian cop of all Italian cops, dinner goes a little something like this.
E questa, this is capellini e marinara with some parmigiana e funghi. You know what funghi are?
Yep, he has his own Armani's restaurant in his kitchen. Because he's Italian, you see. Or he's got cereal in case you can't understand what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I could eat up her pasta.
Are you sure, Tequila? You haven't eaten one burrito this entire episode. We soon learn the secret that Garcia has been keeping from Teresa.
You ate tequila?
No, baby, I'm asleep.
Well, that is when Tequila stops pretending to be asleep. Teresa talks to Tequila about her mother's job at the art gallery, meaning Garcia has been keeping it a secret that she's a cop. But Tequila and Bonetti have other things to worry about because the parking lot rapist has graduated to the pier rapist.
You can be led into the brilliant, bright whiteness of eternal light. You can be shielded from the evils and pestilence of this veil of tears.
This dude is so intense that I'm not 100% sure he knows he's in a talking dog show. But thank God Tequila and Bonetti show up to save runaway Renee Humphrey so she can go off to become Trisha in Mallrats. While Pascal more or less admits he was gonna rape that girl, they're not here to put the cuffs on anyone. They're here for some smack talk.
Get down with your bad self, home slice.
And if that doesn't work, piss on him.
Shine your light on that. A little vinegar, take that right out. You have a nice day, yeah?
What were you watching on January 24th, 1992? If you don't answer with, I was watching a talking dog piss on a rapist, then it doesn't matter what you're watching. I don't remember what I was watching on that date, but if I were watching this, I'd remember that.
Stick around, Tequila and I will be right back.
Bonetti tries explaining the situation to Captain Knight, who was a little too busy trying to appeal to Bonetti's good side by acting like a stereotype.
Come on.
Share it with me. Open up. Tell me about it.
A, I don't know what you're talking about. And B, since when did you become a Sicilian?
Knight is too busy assuming that Garcia and Bonetti are sleeping together, but you can't hook Sam and Diane up yet, not in the second episode, but you can break the fourth wall.
Wait a minute. Garcia was having her house fumigated. All I did was offer her my place. Now, I don't know what you heard, and if I did, which I didn't, and if we were, which we're not, it's none of your damn business anyway.
Did anybody get that?
Oh, come on, give the show a break. They showed restraint in waiting until the second episode to look directly into the camera to make a joke. Shit gets real once more when Garcia shows up at her daughter's school to pick her up.
No, your minister picked her up and said you would find her at home. He had a note from you.
Okay, well, first things first, before you go look for your missing daughter, you should probably immediately pull her out of the school that thought that it was okay to send her off with a dirty street preacher. And no moment of tension can be complete without Garcia once again being referred to as Sweet Pea.
Listen to me. You don't know what you're gonna find in there.
He's right, Sweet Pea.
Luckily, Teresa is safe, but between kidnapping and admitting he was gonna rape a teenage runaway, there's gotta be something they could get on this guy. It's not like he'll be that hard to find. He's driving around in a miniature version of the Leslie Special from The Great Race. Okay, so Tequila will play with dolls, and then they'll get the parking lot rapist.
She kinda cute, too. Wish she was a little bigger.
Well, that settles it. Tequila needs a life-size sex doll of a poodle. It's the piano scene of the episode, which means serious talk.
Her daddy was a cop and he got shot. So you want Teresa to wonder when her mommy's gonna get shot too?
You should have thought about that before you joined the force.
That's a low blow.
No. Got any plate burritos in there?
And I mean serious burrito talk. But we do get to hear about some of their past cases.
About 2 months ago, Pete and Tequila and I were out patrolling. We got called on a domestic quarrel. Husband cheated on his wife. She was ready to carve him up with a cleaver.
And let me guess, Tequila then said something like this.
Oh, it's gonna hit the fan now.
Garcia finally agrees to tell Teresa that she's a cop, and she's definitely doing the right thing.
You're doing the right thing, Sweet Pea.
Oh, sorry, my bad. When I told her she was doing the right thing, I didn't call her Sweet Pea. Her daughter may be upset, but it could be worse. She could be admitting to being a parking lot rapist, or her daughter could be telling her not to go to Silent Hill. But of course, Teresa doesn't take it well.
That ever
lied
happened.
to me.
Teresa, I know, but I had a really good reason.
But you said lying was the worst thing you could do.
Honey,
Well, then Garcia was dumb for telling you that, because all of the villains in this show prove that lying is definitely not the worst thing you could do. You could hang a rich dish and make it look like a suicide, or you could be a parking lot rapist. The next scene, however, shows the best thing you could do in this situation. Yeah, creepy dream sequence. This kid must be very mature to be having a dream sequence this specific. This thing has all the detail of a dream sequence from Driller Killer. Once she wakes up, she decides to run away, but unfortunately, Satan is watching her. And I've been pondering whether or not Tequila knows that other people on the show can't hear him, and I think I have my answer.
Wake up, man, wake up! B, wake up, man! Come on, man, wake up!
Oh, sorry.
Yo, Garcia, get up! Get up, Garcia! Your nina's missing! Come on, we gotta go, baby!
Bark. Bark, you stupid dog. Bark. If you really want to wake them up, you should probably bark at them. Unless you really are under the impression that they can hear you and they're just ignoring you. I don't blame him for thinking that everyone can hear him, because apparently animals can, since we have another scene of Tequila communicating with other animals to solve the case. This leads to her Barbie doll, and are we gonna get Tequila's catchphrase again?
The nose never lies.
oh my God!
Not as good as the nose knows from the previous episode, because at least that one rhymed. They're almost late as Pascal catches up to Teresa, who can have a creepy dream like this, but doesn't know creepy when it's standing in front of her.
I am an agent of the light. Sometimes the light asks me to do things that don't seem nice. Sometimes the light must punish wrongdoing. The light wanted to punish your mommy.
I want to thank this show for giving us elements of Silence of the Lambs and Francis the Talking Mule in one 45-minute episode. The way she figures out that he's no good is because he mentions her mom's art gallery, proving he's lying since Garcia doesn't work at an art gallery. That proves he's a creep, and not the fact that he's dressed like hell's Colonel Sanders. Well, it's still a network show. I mean, what's the worst he could do?
See, it is the light.
Oh, he could burn the 9-year-old's face off? Holy crap, I'm not sure if a talking dog series has ever made me wonder if the skin of a child is gonna get melted. Tequila saves the day once more, but the highlight is Garcia beating the shit out of the guy.
Man, I thought I was getting to this catch. You gonna kick this boy's natural. Hey, Bonetti, you better come get her. She gonna kill him.
It's about time.
Yeah.
All it took was a missing child and a blowtorch to remind Garcia and Bonetti to read the man his rights.
You have the right to remain silent.
If you give up this right, anything you say will be used against you in a hell of a way. Get a lawyer if you want to. Won't do you no good, because you just got popped like a bad guy should.
Well, if they did forget to read him his rights, I'm sure that Tequila's rap version would have held up in court. Turns out getting kidnapped and saved is a surefire way to finally be okay with your mother being a cop.
There's your daddy.
He was handsome.
And there's a beautiful daughter, I may add.
Here.
Very heartwarming. But Tequila had better not get dissed again.
Ooh, wow.
What is it?
Hey, wait a minute. Don't hurt the girl's feelings, man. Be cool. You just mad because she didn't think enough of you to do your portrait. Ugmo.
I think it's something else for the Wall of Honor.
Yeah, you tell her, sweet pea. A woman of class and taste.
Ah, perfect. Put the child's drawing of the talking dog on the wall next to the fallen officers. No need to frame it, just get a thumbtack. This is truly a magical episode that is quintessential Tequila and Bonetti. A dark-ass plotline full of child abduction, blowtorches, parking lot rapists, interspliced with more talks of poodles, burritos, candy bars, and whether or not our hero is getting dissed. And the tone doesn't quite pick up after this either, because in the next episode, Tequila gets shot. Now that we've reached the third episode of Tequila and Bonetti, you should be well aware of the kind of ride that you're on. And it's the greatest theme park ride of a show in existence. But does that mean that there won't be any surprises along the way? Will anyone ever understand Tequila? Will we find out if Tequila thinks that people can understand him? These questions will indeed be answered. But probably not in this episode. Previously, we've seen that while Tequila and Bonetti may be a talking dog cop show, it is at the end of the day a cop show. So we have cases involving a murder cover-up and a serial rapist. What kind of dark alleyway plot line do we get in episode 3, The Rose Cadillac?
Yo, B, you leave me, man, or what? Come back, man. I didn't mean what I said about New York. Yo, B. That ain't B.
That's right, Bonetti's car gets stolen. The murders and rapists have taken a week off. We need a much lighter case this week, so much so that this episode opens with Tequila and Bonetti busting a hustling magician. Who gives a shit about the magician? There's a talking dog there. And if you're just now tuning into Tequila and Bonetti, you may not think it's the dog talking. You might be thinking that it's the voice of God.
This is great. Now I don't need cuffs.
Watch it, B. Don't get cocky now.
South Coast Police.
You can't do this. Willie is an artiste.
Don't look at Wanda. Watch Willie. There you go.
But if it were the real voice of God, it would tell you to keep watching Tequila and Bonetti. While there is a chase scene with the magician, it is Bonetti's fault for letting him get in the box in the first place after he's already proved he can get out of chains and handcuffs. Though without the chase, it wouldn't lead to Tequila's end of opening scene line.
Let's see you wiggle now, Willie.
And then, dead kid. I don't know why the people thought the magician was so interesting in the first place. Between the jugglers and the street hustlers, it seems like the kind of thing you'd see on every street corner here. Bonetti is serving a summons to a psychic, but there's only one thing he wants everyone to know. His name is Detective John Kimball, and he loves his car. So who does he put in charge of watching it?
I'm going inside to serve the papers. You stay in the car and guard it. I'm leaving you in charge.
Man, you killed me.
See, this is the second mistake he's made in the episode. He put Tequila in charge of watching the car when there's fresh poodles nearby.
Word to the mother. Ooh, I love it when they paint their claws. Oh, man.
It's not hard to spot who the car thief is gonna be. He's the only one standing around not looking like he's posing for the town's postcard. Oh man, thank God there's not a talking dog in the car. Guess I'll steal this rose Cadillac, much like the title suggests. I'll hand it to this episode. It's the first one with a title that lets you know which episode it is. The pilot was called Street Dogs, which could be the name of any of the episodes, and the second was Teach Your Children. I think that's referring to Garcia telling her daughter that she's a cop, although that means the episode should be called Tell Your Children, unless she was teaching her not to go off with crazy preachers who rape people in parking lots, though that lesson should be a given. Too bad the car thief showed up. I wanted to see what this dog's owner would have done if Tequila just started fucking their dog.
Where's my car? Where's my car?
The more episodes I see, the more I feel that this dog is one of the greatest actors of the 90s. He should have won an Oscar, which he kind of does win in a later episode. The second episode had a couple of shots that didn't quite match up with what the dog was saying, but by episode 3, they perfectly know how to direct this dog.
Where's my car? You!
Chill, B. See, this big butt poodle caught my eye and, you know.
Tequila looks genuinely upset by this, and it even continues to the police station, where again, I have no problem believing that these are the dog's actual thoughts.
My partner. I've seen it all. Ever vigilant partner.
You forgot handsome.
Though in reality, the dog could be thinking, why is Nicholas Pierce from Dallas yelling at me? Here we get an even closer insight on Tequila's problem.
The car was locked, right?
No, I was being guarded by one of South Coast's finest, him.
Oh, B, you know how I am about poodles, man.
He has a sex addiction. Bonetti should have known not to leave the car near poodles. Of course Tequila was gonna fuck him. Not that Terry Funk's Sergeant Nuzzo is any help either.
Well, gee, visiting detective, I'll put all this in the system.
You said the system was down, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Does he even know that he's in a show? That's a reaction you give when someone tells you that you are a real sergeant and to just react to whatever anyone tells you. Needless to say, no one is going to help Bonetti get his car back.
Yep, a car gets ripped off every 3 minutes.
Oh, quit sweating it.
See, out here, car theft is like a science, an art form.
Probably because you're all laughing every time a car gets stolen. The only one who seems to care is the talking dog. Bonetti is given a loaner car, which appears to be Uncle Buck's car. It makes sense, the magician at the beginning was Pal from Uncle Buck. This is the perfect opportunity, though, for this to be the third episode in a row where a car does something to Tequila. Well, at least he didn't get run over this time, though he's pushing his luck by laying underneath it. This car is such a roachmobile that it even plays La Cucaracha.
Off my coat. Where's yours, please?
No, but they came with the ride.
Bonetti asks around about his car, but Tequila, of course, finds the first clue, the thief's cigar. Normally, I'd think, well, I'm sure other people smoke cigars like that too, but probably not in this area. Though this is mostly a setup for it to look like Tequila is smoking a cigar.
Check it out, B. Look what I got, man. Look.
Return your partner into a dog?
No, I was born like that.
B, it's a clue.
There's something about jive-togging, tequila, and a cigar that just makes sense. even if Bonetti still has no clue what's going on.
I'm laying it right out for you.
Hey, what's your problem? What you trying to do, drive me crazy?
I'm trying to get your car back.
I'm just gonna throw this out there, since it's obvious that Tequila can't understand English and he can also read, maybe he should replace that cigar in his mouth with a pen and write things out to Bonetti. Or patronizing him works too.
This is a clue. A clue, B.
You trying to tell me something?
Yeah, B. A clue. Clue, B. Clue. Clue.
Yeah, fuck writing things out. That would be far too easy, and we still got 47 minutes of an episode to fill.
That's all right, B. I'll find your car, because now I got a permanent lock on that smell.
That is, if poodles and burritos don't get in the way.
Man, that thing is worse than I am after 3 burritos. Look.
See, he's already forgotten about the cigar. Now he's just thinking about farts. Now Bonetti is checking some local car dealerships.
She is a real beauty. Max Moravsky.
Nico Bonetti.
Hi.
Evil. Beard, dresses like a Miami Vice snitch. Evil, 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 evil. And of course, Tequila is the first to figure that out.
Hold on, let me, what's gotten into you?
Clues, man. I'm trying to show you clues.
That dog caught the parking lot rapist and the rich dishes murderer. You should always listen to what Tequila says.
B, sometimes this is the only thing you understand.
Okay, maybe you shouldn't be pissing on evidence, but far less people in this town are being raped and murdered because of this dog. Or just make friends with the obvious evil car dealer.
Max, you're a prince.
Yeah, Prince John. That guy, totally evil.
You ripped off a cop.
That makes it more interesting, doesn't it?
Well, holy shit, I wasn't expecting him to be evil. And there's another cigar for Tequila to smoke later. Tequila tries making it up to Bonetti by giving him some flowers, Tequila style.
And these flowers. Where did you get these flowers from?
I picked them just for you.
Well, the point is he tried, even though he stole them from, I'm having trouble remembering this character's name. I remember they called him Godzilla Breath in the previous episode, but I'm not calling him that. Okay, it's Mr. Kajimoto. Bonetti is so pissed about Tequila getting the car stolen and pissing on things that he actually tries to break up with him. And as Captain Knight points out, they work great as a team, which they do. Tequila finds the bad guys with his superhero nose, and Bonetti shoots them. But Bonetti tries to tell Captain Knight just how important the car is to him.
You know, I had my first real kiss in that car.
And then Tequila farted burrito gas in it. At this point in the series, we know that Captain Knight is a wannabe screenwriter, and that's kinda his main shtick for a little while. So of course, he goes looking for his missing trade papers, but here it makes sense for that plot point, because without that, Tequila wouldn't have found it, which contains another clue. Another clue that Tequila pissed on. I would say that Tequila could just hand it to him with his mouth, but pissing on it actually seems to work this time.
Benetti, it means that they're starting to shoot a 1950s-style horror movie today.
So what?
So where there are period movies, there are period cars.
Let's get a peek at this 50s-style horror movie, shall we?
Thank God you had this wrapped in your suitcase when the ship went down.
Well, you know my motto. Be prepared.
Frankie, I sense danger!
Okay, so this movie seems to star Frankie Avalon and Annette Funicello, with the Halloween theme playing, and Leatherface is the villain. Tonally, this movie seems all over the place, but I gotta see it. But Tequila and Bonetti is the last place to get pissed off about tone. Just let it happen. Our heroes do find the car, but they're stopped by a security officer, and now the fun and games are definitely over.
Okay, B. Now we get serious.
Damn right. Now he'll only piss on half of the evidence.
Homeboy and I will be back in your face after a few moments.
Now that we're back from a commercial, do we get back to Tequila and Bonetti, or that fake horror movie they were making? Damn, this is a very bloody 50s horror movie. When Captain Knight shows up, we at least get to know a little more about the director's filmography.
Yeah, Lou Padrino. Lou Padrino, Thanksgiving Part 4, right?
Yeah.
Thanksgiving Part 4? I didn't even know they made one full-length Thanksgiving movie yet.
The dog destroys a makeup table.
Just doing my
My hair
job.
guy's in the hospital with heart palpitations. My male star's got a bruise on his forehead.
Matched his eyes.
But Fuzz...
Wait, did Bonetti just understand him? He reacted as if he just understood what Tequila said. That small bit of laughter is throwing off my entire understanding of this universe. Bonetti has picked up that the logo on the truck matched the evil Max car dealership.
Max Moravsky is the finest high-ticket dealer in the city. His reputation is unblemished.
That just makes him sound more evil. This guy is so evil that he keeps stepping over Tequila's lines.
It's never been better, eh?
Well, when B and I get done, you'll be out of business. Permanently.
Hey, I got a little...
Once again, Tequila finds yet another clue, which Bonetti ignores, but you know it's gotta be a big clue when Tequila is still brave enough to get underneath the car. I'm telling you, if he can't write it out, then maybe he could just type, or watch Bonetti be sad.
I think I better hide his gun tonight.
Oh, please tell me he replaces Bonetti's gun with a burrito. Although Bonetti's night appears to be having an upswing.
You know that date you've been hounding me for?
Yeah.
Ooh, just how lucky is lucky.
Don't tease me, Garcia.
You want it, you got it. Dinner, music, I'm yours for the night.
I would provide a reaction, but nothing ever tops Tequila's reactions.
Nah, I don't think so.
What? What?
Garcia gets pissed when Bonetti turns her down, which in his defense, he is in a shit mood from having a really shit day, and I for one would want to be on my A game with Officer Garcia, but Tequila puts it a different way.
You ain't got no car. You ain't got no girl. You ain't got no brains.
Good thing he can't hear you kick him when he's already down, Tequila. What we're about to see next is actually a trademark for the show, and that's the Bonetti piano solos that pop up throughout a majority of the episodes. In episode 1, it was a sequence with him and his ex-wife, and in episode 2, it was played through the ending credits. And even if it does happen in the middle of the episode, it'll still happen in the credits. The interesting twist here is that it's there to provide extremely random cutaways to the show's side characters, showing what they happen to be doing in this given moment. In this case, Midian Knight is with a random girl, a gun, and his screenplay. The psychic lady is putting a voodoo curse on the cigar. Garcia is having a fun with a girl who is not her daughter from the previous episode. Mr. Kajimoto is in drag. And the one thing that most of these scenes have in common is that they all end with dead kid. Which in this case also ends with concerned Tequila and saxophone. The piano solo trademark is one of the most random things I've seen in a television series. I can't say that I was wondering what these characters were doing during scenes otherwise not involving them, but I feel happy that the show provided me with those glimpses anyway. They're answering questions that no one asked, but I'm not opposed to the answers. I suppose flashing back to the dead kid put Bonetti in the mood to schedule that date with Garcia, or maybe it was Tequila's moral support.
Go ahead, Pete. Talk that talk. My man.
And nothing makes a date hotter than animal slurping sounds.
My seafood connection swears they were still alive 3 hours ago.
This one still is.
I'm not sure why he's thinking the sound, but just picturing Brad Sanders in the recording studio making those sounds makes it totally worth it. He loves food so much he's starting to give up on his own poodle shtick.
Yeah, one time I met this fly poodle. Or was that a Cocker Spaniel? Well, no, it was a poodle, but I forget it.
It actually does get pretty romantic here, until Bonetti figures the case out at the worst possible time.
Bugs.
Huh?
Bugs on the plate.
You know, this could wait. Just saying, the date was going awesome, and Garcia's badass and beautiful. But then we wouldn't have this scene of Tequila saving both of their asses from getting shot about a dozen times each. See, they're fine. This is the lighter episode. No one got hurt.
Tequila!
Bonetti? Bonetti?
Huh? Oh.
Tequila!
He's been hit.
I'm so glad I don't actually have to wait for a commercial break, because even though I know he's not dead, I would have spent that entire break crying.
Come on, partner. It's gonna take more than a cap and a booty to stop this hype, Hood.
See, he's fine and back to his wisecracks as usual, proving that this is a way better product than Turner and Hooch. Hell, Canine was a better movie than Turner and Hooch, which, like this episode, also involved crooked car dealerships and the dog getting shot, but not killed. You just don't understand. Hooch had to die so that Turner would learn his lesson by the end. No, it was bad writing. The only reason that ending exists is so you can show it to your friends to make them cry. Anyway, back to Charles Rocket posing for the opening credits. Even Captain Knight seems frustrated by their will they, won't they back and forth.
This theory that he came up with at dinner last night.
Shut up, Gussie.
Well, at least it saved me from doing something I might have regretted.
I don't know why she's so mad. He was relatively sweet during their date, and even when they left to solve the case, Garcia was pretty into it. Oh, but speaking of the opening credit sequence...
Oh, man, please, Bonetti, can you take it a little easier on the turn?
That's right, dog in the sidecar pays off. Now that Tequila's been shot, things are so serious that you can actually hear the dog and not Brad Sanders growling.
You're gonna tell me where I can find my car, or I'm gonna feed you to my partner for a 4-course meal.
It wasn't me.
Hell, Benetti is even making me shit my pants.
Now that's my partner coming to back me up. Now you can run, but you better pray that I don't find you.
Right here. Right here.
God damn, I love Jack Scalia. Even taking Tequila out of the equation, Bonetti is one badass cop.
Just a little something to remember me by.
But putting Tequila into the equation means that the villain is also gonna get pissed on. Perfection. Hey, you alright, Sarah?
He's lost a lot of blood.
It's okay. That's good. Just gotta get you home. You just give yourself some rest. Hold on, Chief. Hold on, boy. Come on. Come on. Good. Good. Okay, Chief. Just get you home. All right, just get you home. Just get you some rest.
It feels really weird watching them on the motorcycle without the opening credits music playing. Here, let me fix that. The car thief actually takes Bonetti's car as a hostage, prompting Bonetti to lower his gun and give the thief the motorcycle, but wait.
Pop a cat in my foot, huh?
Tequila gets his revenge for getting shot, and Bonetti gets his car back, which was also shot too. Even poor Midian Knight doesn't get off so easily here, as his own car was confiscated for having been purchased at Evil Max Car Dealership Incorporated.
Oh, no, that can't be.
Hans?
Hans? You know, most cars are named after women.
Thanks, Tequila. Couldn't really think of much for the last line in this episode, could you? Midian Knight's car has a dude's name. Ha ha ha, sick burn. But seriously, why did it look like Bonetti understood him in that one shot? And when does Beach Blanket Massacre get released? And this dude had better get on making those Thanksgiving movies. I already think this fake movie looks a lot better than an Eli Roth film. And speaking of fake movies within the story, next time on Tequila and Bonetti, they rip off the plot line for the Michael J. Fox, James Woods movie, The Hard Way. Yeah, let's check in with Sarah one more time. How you doing?
Then he opens his eyes.
In 1991, director John Badham directed The Hard Way, a very entertaining and underrated action comedy in which Michael J. Fox stars as actor Nick Lang, who in an effort to research a role, partners up with hard-ass homicide detective John Moss, played by James Woods. The two end up tracking down a serial killer known as the Party Crasher, played by Stephen Lang. Now the reason I bring that up to you, other than you should see it, is that that plot is almost the exact same plot as episode 4 of Tequila and Bonetti, titled Real Life. An action movie star rides along with Tequila and Bonetti in order to research a role, and they get involved with a case involving gangland assassinations. So that's not quite Stephen Lang as the Party Crasher. Then again, The Hard Way didn't have a talking dog in it, so there's room for some minor differences. That way they don't get sued. Let's see if this episode begins with Tequila in a good mood.
Man, why don't you just put me out of my misery?
Now that may seem like he's being lazy, but to be fair to Tequila, he was shot last week. Though he has other reasons for being annoyed, other than his recently healed bullet wound.
I got tar on my paws, salt in my eye, and sand all over my unmentionables.
Not sure how sand got there, but that's probably the most sanitary thing you've licked off of your unmentionables. Bonetti is soon stopped and ticketed for taking tequila on the beach without a leash.
Oh, come on, lady, give me a break. I'm just running on the beach over here.
Oh, and he's also ticketed for being a stereotype in public. It could be so much worse, though. Tequila could be pissing on things.
Just be grateful I didn't see him.
See me what? See me what?
Well, that might be a new record on how quick it took for Tequila to piss on something. That's even quicker than the last episode, which was mostly made up of Tequila pissing on clues throughout the whole episode. And thus ends this opening scene gag.
See there? I told you jogging was bad for you.
With all the silly things that have happened in these episodes, I'm surprised this is the first one that ends with the comedic slap on the face. Though this is the only time I could think of where the comedy slap is followed by dead kid. Tequila and Bonetti have no time to worry about tickets because an unknown assassin is wiping out drug dealers.
What happened? Somebody at the lottery?
Not exactly. Another dealer bought the farm last night.
Yeah, that's why they call it dope.
Thanks, Tequila. Is McGruff your role model for the week? While Bonetti wants to solve the gangland murder case, Captain Knight is putting other officers in charge. Or as Tequila puts it...
Let's let Detective Lee handle that, okay?
What? We're being bumped for the second string?
What? Tequila is looking for more and more complicated ways of saying they're being screwed. All of this has to do with movie star Chad Rydell, who I guess starred in a movie called Jungle Gunner. That poster's so cheap, even the Ghana poster industry would turn it down. Did Garcia's daughter draw this? This is supposed to be a mainstream movie. Bruno Mattei's posters look 1,000,000 times better than this. Then again, Jungle Gunner isn't a real movie. In one weird moment, Bonetti jokes about the poster, but they both pause as if they're waiting for Tequila to say a line.
I think if I had to carry a gun like that, I'd probably get a hernia.
You don't recognize him, do you?
That was a real Garfield minus Garfield moment. They both look awkward and crazy. Chad Rydell supposedly has the biggest grossing movies of the past 5 years. And with a poster like that, I guess the biggest grossing movies in this universe have a budget of $10,000. Rydell wants to tag along with Bonetti to research his role.
Turns out that Chad Rydell's next picture is a police action drama entitled Bloodbath in Brooklyn.
I gather it's not a comedy.
Don't be so sure. I've now seen plot lines involving parking lot rapists that includes a talking dog. And by the way, Tequila seems extra jivey this morning.
I find real life scary enough.
Yeah, I heard that, homie.
Hell, he even starts bracing the audience for incoming plot points.
It turns out that Chad also took an interest in getting some first-hand police training for his new film.
Here it comes, y'all.
I think I can handle it, Tequila. I've seen The Hard Way many times. Bonetti brings up a very good point that they should be working on the homicide case, but Captain Knight has other ideas.
It would be such a shame if said detective were unavailable due to some reassignment to, say, parking detail.
What are you doing, blackmailing me?
That's right, he's blackmailing Bonetti into chaperoning a movie star when there's a gangland serial murder on the streets, making this an episode where Captain Knight really isn't very good at his job. Tequila, on the other hand, seems rather ambivalent.
Excuse me?
Look out, Hollywood. Here we come.
I wish it's been over 20 years and we still haven't gotten our Tequila and Bonetti movie. They arrive at Chad Rydell's house, which is a very nice and beautiful mansion, but I think Tequila can put it in a better way.
Man, funky fresh. Now this is what I call living large.
I think it was part of every 90s television series to include the phrase funky fresh somewhere in the dialogue. Tequila is very impressed.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, all right. Makes me wonder how I can get a crib like this.
You're a dog who understands and could probably write English. If only you would show your powers to people, you could probably live in a crib like that. The door is answered by Rydell's assistant / bodyguard, Brunette Nielsen, she-wolf of South Coast. And then we get our first look at movie star Chad Rydell.
Forgive me. My manager needs an occasional butt kicking. I'd fire him, but he's my dad.
So his wacky attitude doesn't really spark with Bonetti, but he knows how to get on Tequila's good side.
Why don't we introduce Officer Tequila to Fifi? Does he like poodles?
Does George Foreman like cheeseburgers?
All you need to do is serve him a plate of burritos afterwards and you'll be set. But does he just keep random poodles laying around in case he wants to impress a dog who wants to fuck it? I don't know how Bonetti couldn't like Rydell. He's played by John DeCino, everyone's favorite neighbor on That's My Bush. Rydell needs his new film to be a hit for one reason.
See, my last picture only grossed $30 million.
Well, if you blamed poor promotional material, you'd probably be right. Or maybe it's his cartoonish ego.
I want to feel what you feel. The adrenaline rush of a life and death situation. Sirens screeching, wheels churning, ridding the earth of vermin and scum. It's time to kick butt and take names. And when we're finished, this world is going to be a better place to live.
Is he an actor or is he running for president? He's putting a lot of faith into the release of Smoking Gun 2. Though Bonetti brings him down to reality.
I'm not a nursemaid. I'm not a babysitter. I am a cop. I do not live in your land of make-believe.
Says the guy with the talking dog partner. Lady Ferrigno comes back to say that there's another dead dealer. Something that maybe could have been avoided if Bonetti was working on the case, or if Tequila wasn't, you know...
They had to bring the battering ram in to get the door broken down, right? But the dealers were still inside. Now they all pulled Uzis out. I'm surrounded by the place.
Tequila?
And before I knew... Oh, man.
Wait, I want to hear the rest of that story. Tequila was part of an ambush where he was surrounded by dealers with Uzis? That would make a perfect scene in the Tequila and Bonetti movie. At the crime scene, people do recognize Rydell as being famous, but they probably think he's Andrew Ridgeley from Wham. He mostly stands in the background doing movie guy stuff, because, you know, he's in the movies. So let's show him a dead body.
Is that gritty enough for you?
I'm gonna go wait in the car.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
He wasn't expecting dead bodies at the crime scene. Things are a lot better at the police station. He's telling stories about working in the movies.
So I'm running. I leap onto the back of the bike. I'm holding on for dear life. Clint floors and I fall off on my rear, and that's when I decided to let the stuntman earn his pay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, Tequila was surrounded by dealers and Uzis and survived it, so beat that. Let's just hope he doesn't base his police research on Sergeant Terry Funk.
Have you ever met RoboCop?
Of course he thinks RoboCop is real. Of course he does. But to his credit, RoboCop is real.
RoboCop is a character in a movie portrayed by an actor named Peter Weller.
Oh. I'd be happy to meet either one of them.
The slow, dim-witted way he's talking, Paige Fletcher was probably his favorite RoboCop. Bonetti is still having none of this.
Captain, take a look out there. He's got the whole office turned upside down. Take a look at Garcia.
What's her problem?
Rydell is keeping everyone distracted when they should be looking for an armed vigilante. I see no problem here. What's Bonetti got against this guy?
The problem is, he ain't a cop. And we got somebody out there executing dope deals, and I don't need Pretty Boy tagging along for the ride. This guy's a safety hazard.
In what way?
Bonetti is 100% correct, so this whole time I'm thinking to myself, is Bonetti the only real cop here? Hell, Captain Knight again threatens to make him a parking attendant if he doesn't babysit the movie star, because heaven forbid your best cop doesn't look for an armed vigilante assassin. In previous episodes, whenever Knight would do something to piss Bonetti off, it was always in their best interest, like keeping Tequila and Bonetti together as a team, seeing how they have a great arrest success rate. Here, he's strictly basing all of his decisions on which one will have the most shenanigans. He even makes Rydell live with Bonetti. Rydell appears to have a limo driver who just screams, "I like to watch," and this girl, named Ursula, just screams, "I will swallow your house with you in it."
You are a very rude man.
I am not rude. I'm from Brooklyn. And
yeah, you know, Brooklyn, that place that Ursula actress Faith Minton is from in real life. Took me a while to recognize her. I'm used to seeing her having kitchen fights with Jean-Claude Van Damme. Rydell's crew takes off, which also includes the poodle.
Hey, wait a second, B. I was just making my move.
I must warn you.
You have moves? Usually you just walk up to them and fuck them.
Hey, wait a minute, sweetie, don't go get... Oh, maybe I'll call you sometime.
Again, if you could show people that you can use a telephone, you could probably live in a mansion like Rydell's. Tequila is really going out of his way with the references this time around.
I feel like the Cartwright boys. Another night at home with my pa.
Okay, I had to think about that one for a second. He's using a Bonanza reference in order to imply masturbation. This is a dog after my own heart. Can he write for the Cinema Snob? He's even got the sex talk down, too.
I'd be bonding my brains out if you hadn't kicked Fifi out.
Really? Because you kind of look like you're about to fall asleep. And just like with Garcia's daughter, secrets are revealed when they're alone with Tequila, because he can't tell anyone.
The impossible dream.
Dream? Man, this is starting to smell like a nightmare.
What is going on here? Is he a murderer, or does he think he's a real cop? Will these questions be answered after the break? Yes.
Stick around. Tequila and I will be right back.
This episode has turned into such an odd couple-like sitcom that putting in a laugh track would seem kind of appropriate.
What kind of man spends 1 hour in the bathroom, huh?
That kind.
Who needs a laugh track, though, when Tequila's lines are already golden?
Man, it's like the Patty Duke show on steroids.
And by golden, I mean golden age of television. Between that reference and Bonanza, did Tequila watch a bunch of TV Land when recuperating from that gunshot wound? Since the plot of the episode is more about the partnership of Bonetti and Rydell rather than Tequila and Bonetti, Tequila mainly just chimes in to give one-liners that really have no bearing on the case, nor do they feel like they're part of any conversation with Bonetti, since Bonetti has most of his lines with Rydell. That makes this very much a Thanks Tequila episode, in which all of Tequila's lines can be summed up like this.
Oh man, this dude is dissing you big time, B.
Think you're funny?
Thanks, Tequila. Rydell and Bonetti are walking down the street dressed like the cyborg cop twins, and their plan is to find the next would-be drug-dealing victim. So they go scope out dealers at the local basketball court, because according to Bonetti, that's where all the potential dealers hang out. Bonetti mainly handles the lines here by himself.
How you fellas doing today? Oh, we're good. And how about you? Me? Well, I've been better. Oh, really? What seems to be the problem? Well, you see, I'm looking for some information. Oh, really? Maybe we can help you.
Jack Scalia is probably the best actor here, so he might as well have all the lines. But then Rydell begins quoting one of his own movies.
Listen, punk. You keep talking that talk, and I'm sure we could find some reason to toss your low-riding button to the slammer. So either sing or get used to living on the lam.
Fistful of Bullets.
That's right.
That's one of my favorite flicks.
A Fistful of Bullets. So the #1 actor in the world is known for doing an Eastwood impression in a Dirty Harry knockoff with a spaghetti western title. Is the #1 movie in America Inglourious Basterds 2, Hell's Heroes? That had an Eastwood impression in it. Bonetti lines them all up, and good to know that they can still play basketball when carrying switchblade machetes. Wonder which one the guilty one is.
That's our boy. Yeah, right, send me. I don't even have shoes. Man.
Because God forbid Tequila does something in this episode. We don't even see the chase. He's just already bitten off a piece of his ass. The kid gives Bonetti the name of a local drug supplier in town, a man named Shadow. And Rydell is looking at the drugs like he wants to snort it at a hooker party later. Shadow's hideout is in a pool hall in Roscoe, California.
Hey, watch it, Slick. I was born a couple of blocks from here.
Remember that line, because Tequila's place of birth changes throughout the series.
Hey, B, I don't think we're in Kansas no more.
You just implied that you're familiar with this area, and given that you're supposedly born here, this kind of is your Kansas. This scene is great, though, to see Tequila and Bonetti stare down a group of bikers.
Hey, they have a 2-for-1 sale down at the flea market?
That's funny, considering you look like a cow just blew up on you.
Could Jack Scalia take on a group of bikers? Yes, he could, and I'm disappointed that I'm not seeing that in this episode. So I guess the upstairs is a biker bar, but the downstairs is an 80s Chinatown lair of a drug kingpin. This is Shadow. I assume the lighting is the same on him no matter where he stands. If you see him, does he have to change his nickname? Does he have someone follow him with a big object everywhere to cast a shadow? But more importantly, has he seen Chad Rydell's movies?
Chad Rydell, you might have seen my last picture, Dancing with the Devil.
I hated that movie.
Dance with the Devil. Now his movies are based on lines from Batman movies? Can't wait to see the sequel, Chicks Love the Car. Bonetti thinks Shadow might be the next victim, which is impossible. Who would want to kill off albino Eddie Money? You can't kill Shadow. He's played by the episode's director, James Whitmore Jr. If he's dead, who will direct the rest of the episode? Shadow has contact information for a group of dealers who want to set up a meeting. These could possibly be the killers, but never mind that because Garcia is showing interest in Rydell, which is making Bonetti mad jealous. Like Bonetti and Garcia are really going to end up together anyway. Bonetti and Rydell begin arguing because Bonetti won't let Rydell go on the drug deal with him.
Oh, this ought to be better than Love Connection.
Okay, I guess Tequila was also watching a lot of game shows on his downtime. But the shtick with Rydell's Hollywood lifestyle and smarmy attitude is dropped for another awesomely dramatic Bonetti moment.
I had a partner 14 years. He had a wife and 3 kids. One day we walk into an apartment building. The next minute he's dying in my arms. He knew who I was. Now you might be able to buy your fancy cars and your big houses, but you can't buy people's lives. Because if you can, then you bring back my partner.
Fucking hell. And he didn't even tell him the story of the dead kid. And how many people have died in Bonetti's arms? I love that when things get too wacky, Jack Scalia is there to remind everyone, oh no, people die in this universe. Of course, that causes Rydell to do something stupid like set up the deal himself.
Oh man, this dude is gonna kill you dead.
Oh yeah, I forgot that he pulled out a gun earlier. I guess that was supposed to show that he really wanted to play cop. I almost forgot about that. Beforehand, Tequila was really willing to step up to save Garcia's daughter, or take a bullet when searching for Bonetti's car. In this case...
You coming with me? I got no choice.
Let's roll.
It really seems like Tequila doesn't give a shit. Rydell is definitely more excited about this than Tequila.
This is going to be better than a full-page ad in Variety.
Did you see the previous episode? Tequila likes pissing on full-page Variety ads. No one's gonna read it. Not even Rydell's enticing is cheering Tequila up.
I'll make sure you get top billing on this thing.
How is that supposed to cheer him up? He's already got top billing. And he still acts like he doesn't give a fuck.
Let's go get the bad guy.
Man, don't do this. Please don't.
All he has to do is bite Rydell on the leg, and that would probably stop him. But he gives so little fucks that he's solely depending on the voice in his head that Rydell can't hear. And it's just not the same seeing Bonetti on a motorcycle without Tequila in the sidecar. I think Tequila is taking advantage of Rydell not being able to hear him. Then Rydell won't be able to judge Tequila's rapping skills.
Yeah, right. You're a regular ice cube. Listen, man, it ain't too late to evacuate.
That felt more like a regular Johnny Cochran than Ice Cube. Oh yeah, and it turns out Shadow is the bad guy. The sinister dude who keeps his face hidden and looks like a painting of Rod Stewart getting older in his attic is the evil culprit. I don't know why he gave Bonetti a phone number that can be traced to the pool hall, tipping him off that the dealer assassin is Shadow himself. Maybe they didn't know he was the bad guy right away because Tequila didn't pee on him, like the evil car salesman. I love how in previous episodes, the villains of the week acted like they were in a straightforward thriller with no indication that the show was about a talking dog. Shadow, on the other hand...
It was an almost perfect plan until you and the good detective came into the picture.
He's playing his part like he's the opening act to a Van Halen concert, and all Tequila can muster up to say is...
Man, I told you this dude is whacked.
This is no time for an I told you so, Tequila. It's probably time to attack, but not after getting in more movie jargon.
It's funny, you know?
What's that?
I'm almost expecting someone to yell cut.
Well, it's a good thing you're telling that to the episode's director. He's the one who's supposed to yell cut. Bonetti finally shows up and Shadow gets distracted because holy shit, the dog could move. No one told him the dog had the ability to move. Which, to be fair, Tequila doesn't move a whole lot in this episode. Bonetti, on the other hand... like in other episodes, he still has the ability to blow you the fuck away. I may have some issues with this episode, but it's hard for me to get mad at any episode that ends with Bonetti putting bullets in a man's chest while his talking dog watches. For some reason, the other officers at the precinct are giving Rydell shit and calling him a fake. Which, okay, yeah, while what he did was stupid, it did take balls, and it did lead to the capture of that drug-dealing serial killer you were looking for. Even Donald Belisario himself shows up just to give Rydell a dirty look. Of course, Sergeant Terry Funk puts it best.
I'll bet he never even met RoboCop.
Probably not. He lives in LA, not Detroit. But there is a possibility that he met Richard Eden. He just didn't want to tell anybody. Even after thinking RoboCop is real, Terry Funk manages to have an even bigger brain fart.
I've got to go over there.
What is with this guy? Who made him a cop? And is that also what he says when he's simply done acting in the scene? Bonetti is the only one to give Rydell some props for locating the villain, only on one condition.
Give me back my suit.
Well, that's easy, but what does Tequila get in return?
I don't think you have to worry about Tequila. I think he found his reward.
I pulled those puppies from that burning building. They said I was crazy to go in there 3 times, but that's the kind of dog I am.
There sure is a lot of poodle talk in this episode, but it doesn't seem complete without...
So, Fifi, you like Mexican food?
Well, I can't be too mad at this episode. It did work in the implication of burritos somewhere. Even the piano solo at the end is just Jack Scalia playing without any cutaways to the other characters. I guess they weren't doing anything interesting this time around. I choose to believe that this episode was less Tequila-centric because he had to prepare for the next episode in which Tequila not only falls off a 3-story window, but also meets up with his previous owner, a preteen girl whose brother puts a gun to her head and tries killing Tequila. Memories. Perfect. Now it's exactly like watching Tequila and Bonetti in the green room during the Atop the Fourth Wall movie shoot.
There wasn't a Top the Fourth Wall movie?
Episode 5 of Tequila and Bonetti, titled Runt of the Litter, begins just like the rest of them do. A beach, sunny skies, a lot of ass. This must be the Christmas episode. Wait, what are you guys doing here anyway?
Well, we're doing what everyone should be doing at 1 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon, watching Tequila and Bonetti.
I'm just here because I want to see a talking dog get shot and killed.
Actually, I think this might be the Halloween episode. They just opened up a Spirit Halloween right next to the beach. Explains why we're going to see a sumo wrestler walking around any minute.
Oh, I know this joke. It's the one about 2 Jews walking on a beach and something talking dog.
The smell of all that oil and cooking juices reminds me of a barbecue in the hood.
Whenever I'm walking on Venice Beach and see rabbis and bikini bottoms, I always think about a delicious plate of Slow's barbecue.
It's Kimber's spin-off of Nip Tuck that we never got, and still would have been better than the California episodes.
Yeah, well, it's not the heat, Mercedes. It's the, humility.
You said humility instead of humidity.
Did I say that?
Uh-oh, she knows how words work. I'm not sure she's a good romantic interest for Bonetti.
I don't know. I think Bonetti deserves a woman who, like his dog, knows what sentences are.
Yeah, but look at this chemistry. He's got better chemistry with the dog, and he doesn't even know the dog can talk.
I don't want to be here.
Actually, this is an undercover operation to bust a prostitute. Either that, or he really was just hitting on some random woman, and she simply turned out to be a prostitute. And then her screaming caused him to go out and shoot a kid.
I guess I can settle for that, for now, but if this episode doesn't end with a dead dog, I'm gonna throw a baby out your window.
How the hell are you gonna find a baby?
I'll find one. You think this will be the first baby I've thrown out a window?
Previous episodes had the opening shenanigans be standalone scenes, but this time around it actually picks up after the credits.
They're interrupted by a Barbarian Brothers movie, and not Kimber drops the ice cream to distract Tequila.
If only it had been a burrito.
Oh, so you have seen Tequila and Bonetti?
Nah, I just think it'd be funny to see a French Mastiff shit for 30 minutes.
Would it make you feel any better to see a bodybuilder punch Bonetti?
So what are you gonna do, hit me? No!
That makes me sad. I like Bonetti.
It was nice of Bonetti not to file assault charges.
Man, I can't believe you stood there and let that boy punch you in your mouth and you got a gun.
Yeah, you should have listened to Tequila and just shot the guy for punching.
Soon Tequila is recognized by a young girl named Casey, who refers to him as Rufus. Before Tequila was a cop, he previously belonged to Casey. This is the first time when Tequila is called by another name. It's not just simply another kind of booze.
Unless, of course, she's referring to distilled or industrial alcohol by Rufus Herrick.
How the hell do you know about that?
Whenever you guys go and watch more of the episode, Lloyd and I are just playing around on my phone.
Tequila, again, hasn't learned his lesson of staying away from cars. Only this time around, he doesn't get hit, so that's a step up.
Casey is played by actress Chanel Workman, who could be seen in The Bold and the Beautiful, and whose sister Ariel Winter is Alex on Modern Family.
Why did we need to know that?
Because if you don't mention it, you're going to get reminded about it constantly. I'm still getting messages about how Tim Russ from Star Trek played the car thief in the Rose Cadillac.
Hey, Brad, did you know there's a God's Not Dead 2 coming out?
Yes. Casey runs away when she sees that Bonetti and Garcia are cops, prompting the first chase scene of the episode.
I hate this Scooby-Doo routine.
That's foreshadowing for when Casey turns out to be the creepy old shopkeep at the end of the episode.
That isn't gonna happen, and you know it.
Meanwhile, Detective Lee is transporting Casey's older brother Ren to his parole hearing.
Ren is played by Robert Knepper from Heroes and Prison Break. I have IMDb too.
Ren escapes by beating the shit out of Detective Lee, which puts everything in chaos at the station.
How is he? How would you be if some guy played the 1812 overture on your head with a lug wrench?
He'd walk it off and Tequila would ask why he didn't use a gun.
But first things first, where the hell is Tequila?
He was chasing a suspect, and when we were in pursuit, we
Lost him.
How do you lose your dog chasing a hooker?
It's easy. Keeping the dog around while you buy a hooker costs an extra $100, which is hard on a cop's salary.
But while everyone else is searching for the fugitive who beat up Detective Lee, Captain Knight sends Benetti off to find Tequila.
A cop gets hurt, you want us to play dog catcher?
Well, you got a problem with that visiting Detective Bonetti?
He should have a problem with that. Last time, Bonetti was taken off the case of the gangland serial killer and made to babysit a movie star, and now he can't hunt down a fugitive because Tequila ran off with a kid. And previous episodes have shown that whenever Tequila runs away, he always comes back.
Are you implying that this is the second episode where Captain Knight isn't very good at his job?
No way! Captain Knight could still beat the shit out of me.
But here in South Coast, when a detective questions his captain's orders, he usually can't sit down for about a week.
See? If you question the captain's orders, apparently you get ass rammed really hard.
works pretty much the same in New York, Captain.
Good.
Except it lasts 2 weeks.
Apparently they got bigger dicks in New York.
I know.
Guys, burritos!
What? The hell's Lloyd?
Who's Lloyd?
Still got a thing for burritos, huh?
Oh, you know it. And a cold brew and fly little poodles.
The episode is keeping good time. We haven't gotten halfway through and they've already busted out the burrito talk.
Casey and Tequila, formerly Rufus, rebond as it's been years since the two have seen each other. Makes sense. This is the first time she's ever mentioned.
Casey has been living on the streets and hustling people out of their money.
I got too much change here.
What?
Can you give me a 10? Better yet, here's another 20.
Un momento.
Girl, chill out. This ain't right. Come on.
Like Tequila has any room to talk, his gimmick is stealing food from other people.
I don't like talking hypocritical dogs.
Without Tequila around, Bonetti doesn't have anyone to yell at, so instead we find out what kind of underwear he wears.
I'm not wearing boxer shorts.
Well, I meant to say jockeys.
I'm not wearing those either.
Oh, really? Oh, so you're not wearing boxer shorts and you're not wearing jockeys, and just what exactly you...
Even when she goes back to talking about the case, he's still smiling.
The brisk morning air of California does feel swell on open testicles.
He's gonna wish he had on underwear. I would, as I'd probably shit myself walking into this spooky crack house.
This is a former crack house for Ren, and they hear a sound and chase it outside, only to leave, and it turns out he was still indoors the whole time. But more importantly, the real theme of the episode comes back. More burritos!
Give me the bag, I'll get you some.
Don't say it unless you mean it, kid.
Burritos!
It's gonna take more than burritos this time, baby.
Yeah, sometimes it also takes a candy bar and an avocado pizza.
Tequila has led Casey back to Bonetti, and they get back just in time so they can pose for another shot in the opening credits.
Get down.
Oh, man, I'm gonna let you go with this one this time.
What do you think this is, Paris?
You can tell it's Paris from all the spaghetti and Italian music.
Even Tequila is dining on spaghetti.
In Compton, an Italian dinner is microwave macaroni and cheese.
True, that explains all of the Kraft product placement in Straight Outta Compton.
No, Kraft is an East Coast thing. Velveeta is West Coast.
Are you sure?
Trust me.
So what does that mean? You're East Coast?
Not since Curly Sue as the sight of a homeless girl eating spaghetti come to life.
And with such effective sound effects.
Nah, I don't get no attitude.
Now the show really has turned into what can we get Brad Sanders to eat in the recording studio next.
But like every dinner on the show, it always ends with a buzzkill, whether it's Tequila getting shot or this.
What do you know about war? Was your dad in Vietnam? Where is he now?
Dead.
Poor kid.
Thanks, Tequila.
Thankfully, she has Tequila to vouch for her, even though no one can hear him.
I can take care of myself.
Damn skippy she can. I taught her everything I know.
He hasn't taught her to fuck poodles while eating an extra large burrito yet.
It gets awkward when she breaks the picture of his wife, but it's okay. It's not like his wife is ever coming back to the show.
I taught you better than that, kid.
He taught her how to steal food, and then when she did, he gave her shit for it.
Like I said, I don't like hypocritical dog. Hypocritical dog must die.
Oh yeah, how is Detective Lee doing, by the way?
Oh, the detective from New York who eats pizza for breakfast.
Guilty.
It was important for us to reestablish that he's Italian and not whether or not Detective Lee is still alive.
Your husband's definitely going to wake up.
What the hell?
Sorry, I put that in there. In case the dog didn't die, I didn't want the flatline sound to go unused.
The hell kind of sense does that make?
Phelan.
And since this is a very serious scene, we know that the next scene is gonna be something like this.
Hey! The giant calico cats are coming! I gotta get out of here! I gotta get out of here!
Tequila dreaming about the movie Strays.
Hey, Brad, at the end of your Dogs review, you sounded sad that there wasn't a sequel called Cats.
Yeah.
But did you know that there is a killer cat movie called Strays?
I did.
Crystal Pepsi might come back!
Casey decides to pack and leave because dumpster spaghetti is way better.
I saved your butt, remember?
Every time I sit down.
This episode insinuates that a lot of bad things happen to the characters' asses.
And between this and Chad Rydell from Real Life, people not only want to break out of Bonetti's apartment, but Tequila always goes with them because why the hell not?
Oh wow, Mrs. Lee was right. He does eat pizza for breakfast.
They're trying to find out more information about Casey's family, but without Tequila there to steal food from people's desk, Captain Knight takes over instead.
Oh, this is good food.
Captain, we've got a fugitive. Please stop eating my granola.
And I guess this time he doesn't care that Tequila has run away again.
It could be 10 poodles in heat and I'd still hate this crib.
The pilot showed Tequila banging a poodle in filthy boat water. I'm sure if there were 10 poodles involved, he'd find a way to look past the crack.
And better yet, this particular crack house has the $41,000 that Casey has saved up over the years.
Now Tequila can buy 100 poodles in heat, but still keep the shitty crack house.
Oh, wow, puppy. How am I gonna get you out of this one?
I don't care.
I do.
Yeah, I do too.
Homeboy and I will be back in your face after a few moments.
I still don't care.
But this is the piano solo part of the episode, where we get to see what the other characters are up to.
Yeah, don't you care about Detective Lee dying in a hospital?
No.
How about a biker stopping Garcia and her daughter so he can give her back her bag of chips?
No.
Captain Knight once again typing?
No.
Not Kimber about ready to blow a cop?
Maybe.
Ren eating a burrito?
Okay, that upsets me. Only Tequila is allowed to eat burritos?
Well, so is this.
You're right. It took long enough, but it finally got hilarious.
This must be a stock piano solo, or the picture magically fixed itself.
I think they're all stock piano solos.
Casey is attempting to sell off Bonetti's CD player, unless Tequila can jive her out of it.
Yo, Ahmed, you do not know who you're getting funky with.
He's about to know, though, as Tequila pisses all over the place, even though if he eats one of those watches, the joke's gonna be on him.
You're right, because he'll be dead.
What the hell kind of dog is this? He still has to take a piss 5 seconds later.
He holds it in until it's convenient for the plot.
Without a deal, Casey and Tequila leave just before Bonetti and Garcia arrive and clearly smell Tequila's piss.
I think you've been hanging around Tequila too long and you're beginning to act like him.
No, if I was beginning to act like him, I'd be, sniffing you.
Now he's wondering why Garcia smells like dog piss.
Back at the precinct, the good news is that Detective Lee will make a full recovery, but that isn't the real good news.
After seeing me on television last night, Guardsman Aluminum Siding wants your captain to be their television spokesperson.
And now he wants to be an actor too. How will he have the time for that when he spends every single one of his nights banging away at the same screenplay?
Benetti goes to visit Lee, only Lee wants to quit the police force. Not because of his injuries, but because Mad Max was on TV, and he's worried that one day he'll turn out worse, like the goose.
Mad Max could have used a talking dog.
You think?
No, nothing could ever use a talking dog.
But everything could use Jack Scalia being a badass.
I've seen guys in New York get hurt worse than you. Take 3 aspirins and go back out on the beat.
Yeah, well, they're stupid.
Stupid? Oh, man. Has nothing to do with being stupid. Has to do with pride. You're either a cop or you're not. And if you are, there ain't nothing, and I mean nothing, to keep you from going back to work. Gabish?
Now, if that doesn't make you want to come back to the force, nothing will.
If Detective Lee doesn't come back, Benetti's gonna kill him himself.
Stick a piece of candy in my mouth, will you?
I agree with Lee. I too would want to blow Benetti after that.
Fudge. I like fudge.
You also wanted to shit in your mouth too. You can't take it back. I heard you.
Ah, home sweet crack house.
Stop following me, vodka.
Listen, it's tequila, kid, all right?
Okay, I spoke too soon. There is a scene where Casey confuses him for the name of another alcohol.
I'm never trusting you again.
And it's the same drink Garcia's daughter called him. So what's with all the kids in this universe drinking vodka?
I'd be drinking too if my fugitive brother turned up in my home/abandoned crack house.
Tequila doesn't care much for Ren, largely because Ren was responsible for Tequila taking 2 bullets while protecting Casey from drug dealers.
He won't hurt you.
Other than to rip off your nose, your ears, your eyebrows.
He'll rip my throat out.
Oh, I must be getting old. I forgot that one.
That's why this show is great. There is always the chance that Tequila is gonna rip someone's throat out.
Too bad it's probably just gonna cut back to Benetti hitting on Garcia again.
Hey, would you miss waking up in the morning to 100 pounds of bad breath breathing in your ear?
No. But 180 pounds I could go for.
You make it 175 and I'll be there.
Don't worry, the stories connect because they find out where Tequila is.
Ping 19, go.
Female juvenile and a dog described as large, brown, and ugly.
I highly disagree with this description. Tequila is adorable. All that says to me is that that's the house that Tequila is not in.
Go figure, Ren is highly untrustworthy as he instantly wants the cash.
Turns out the cash actually belonged to her brother, and Casey simply added to it over time.
You got it wrong, Brad. You said that money was Casey's, but it's not. It's her brother's.
I didn't want to ruin the twist.
The real twist is going to be when the episode ends and the dog doesn't die.
Well, you at least get to see him sing.
All right, the cavalry!
Now it's starting to pick up. He's singing the theme to Custer's Revenge.
Yes, but it gets sad because her dishonest brother isn't gonna do all the things he promised her.
You said we'd go to Mexico together.
Case, come on, use your brain. How the hell am I gonna run to Mexico with you?
He's a liar, Brad, just like you. You said we were gonna watch Dog with a Blog.
How the hell is watching Dog with a Blog better than watching Tequila and Bonetti?
Because the dog runs a porn blog.
On the Disney Channel?
The second flashback to the dead kid is pertinent in this episode, as now we're wondering if Bonetti can go through this possible shootout without killing a kid.
She's your sister.
Hey, man does what he has to do.
See, you won't find this on Dog with a Blog.
Well, did I mention that the dog's blog is also an internet casino?
Would it help if we showed the dead kid again?
Not really. The dog's blog also has leaked footage of dead children.
Again, how is this on the Disney Channel?
After last week's cartoonish villain, it's nice to get another bad guy who I'm pretty sure does not know he's in a talking dog show.
I think this is what you call a Mexican standoff.
This is called take a cop with you.
And then, like all the great episodes, we get to see Tequila bite the shit out of the guy for a long period of time.
Get away!
When a scene ends with a man with blood on his hands, and a little girl screaming for her brother, and a dog with blood all over his lips, you know you've stumbled upon the best show about a talking dog who loves burritos.
That was kind of intense.
Don't worry, it'll cut to a joke.
No dogs allowed. You can't even get a beer. You can't cozy up to a poodle. Instead of Boys to Men and BBD, you get Lawrence Welk in the elevator.
See, now it's Friday, crossed with Snoopy Come Home. While Ren is off to jail, Casey is given the chance to live with Detective Lee to prevent her from going to Juvie Hall for aiding and abetting a fugitive.
Do you do dishes?
Wash, rinse, and dry.
Well, then it works for me.
This is a very happy ending for her. Too bad she's never mentioned again the rest of the series.
Well, maybe she took on another identity, since the same actress is credited as playing someone named Kate in the pilot.
Or maybe characters just cease to exist once their episode's story arc is complete.
Guys, wait. I have a feeling something really silly is about to happen.
Are we on the 3rd floor here?
Last time I looked, yeah.
309.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
He can climb 3 stories? Okay, I'll buy that he can talk, but this is kind of ridiculous.
You buy that he can talk?
Yeah.
Just thought I'd come up and check you, just see how you was doing and everything.
Well, see, there you go. He fell 3 stories. He might be dead.
Is he in the next episode?
Yeah.
Then he's not dead.
So is Casey dead then?
Yes, she's very dead.
Run to the Litter is one of the best Tequila and Bonetti episodes.
We get to learn a little more about Tequila's pre-cop days. Bonetti is involved with another shootout involving a child, and Tequila bites the shit out of the episode's villain.
And unlike the episode Real Life, this one has a plot that's centric to both Tequila and Bonetti, as Tequila is protecting his former owner from her bastard brother, and Bonetti is tasked with finding both Tequila and the fugitive, who he doesn't even know is related to Casey, making both plots come together like true perfect television.
But why is it called Runt of the Litter? Does Casey come from a litter? She must, because it doesn't mention Tequila having any brothers or sisters.
Oh, but Bonetti is Tequila's brother.
And we also learned that Bonetti doesn't wear any underwear. That has to count for something.
It's no match for the next episode where Bonetti takes on a switchblade gang with the help of Rain Man.
See, I've seen the next episode. You do love this show.
It does have its moments.
Is it back to work already? I don't know if I can do this, guys. With the depression I'm going through, maybe I'm coming back a little too soon. I think I might need a little something extra to get me through this. No, not church. There's gotta be something else.
Yeah, Lenny, wait till you see this ride, man. It is fresh.
Oh, thank God, tequila. Not the drink tequila, that's a terrible idea. But more Tequila and Bonetti. Okay, I think that's my cap on referencing being sad. So let's move past all of that and work on getting better. Holy shit, this one starts out with a Burt Reynolds church service. There's only one paparazzi there. It's an annoyance, but it could be worse.
Ever hear of freedom of the press?
You ever hear of freedom of the fist?
Now be nice, B.
He ain't gonna be nice. Yeah, knock that sucker the fuck out at church.
Say an Our Father and 2 Hail Marys and sin no more, unless he comes back.
Now that's my kind of clergyman.
The kind who's all up on assaulting the paparazzi on church grounds? Yeah, why not? I haven't gotten into the plot of this episode yet, because this scene has fuck all to do with the rest of the episode, but by now we all know what this leads to. Oh, I forgot how much I missed you, dead kid. Wait, that came out wrong. In Language of the Heart, Tequila and Bonetti stop a gang war by teaming up with Rain Man. And when I say Rain Man...
Little red caboose, chug, chug, chug. Little red caboose, chug, chug, chug. Little red caboose.
I mean that they definitely based this character off of Rain Man. The episode kinda starts out with the B-plot, with Captain Knight telling everyone that they all need to lose weight and stop eating junk, because the precinct is out of shape.
Yeah, you are getting a little chunky there, brother.
And last, but not least, Officer Tequila.
What, me?
5 pounds.
5 pounds?
I don't know what's funnier, that he thought Tequila would understand that, or that Tequila did understand that. Well, it's good that Detective Lee is instantly in tip-top condition after being near death's door in the previous episode. Seriously, he's in the best shape of his life. Then in walks Lenny, played by Brian Markinson, who I recently remember in Fargo, and Dr. Rosen from Mad Men. Lenny is a friend of Garcia's deceased husband Pete, and keeps repeating information about a red caboose. Imagine if Lenny was the only one who could understand Tequila. But later in the series, there is a character who can understand Tequila, and it is not as interesting as it sounds. Bonetti takes Lenny home, and so does Tequila, because...
11:55, feed the cats.
Cats? Yeah, I forgot you had all those cats. Let's jam.
Tequila is also giving Lenny terrible advice. Tequila should know not to hang out under cars. They're just gonna get run over.
Hey, yo! Ow!
One of Lenny's main sources of knowledge is cars.
Original paint. Original upholstery. Cherry condition.
He cracks me up.
Love this, baby.
Autism's hilarious? Though not as hilarious as the inevitable Tequila singing to himself.
Oh, well, here to chase some kitties, cause kitties are my style. Chase them up a big old tree, and they can sit there for a while.
Tequila must be watching a lot of Alf. He's gonna eat so many cats. Remember, kids, this is back in the days when a big screen TV was just a window. It's obvious that Lenny is hiding something, but what about those cats?
Lenny, don't you think you're overdoing a little bit? That's enough for 10 cats.
15.
You have 15 cats? Where are they?
I think they're outside.
Now stay up there, kiddies. Tequila's on a diet, and he is very hungry. And like in Rain Man, Lenny is obsessed with a particular television series.
12 o'clock, Magnum PI, Red Ferrari 308 GTS.
And it's a Belisario series. Funny how that works. Tequila is not handling this forced diet well. He just ate all of the cat food. But never mind that. Someone was just found shot to death on the beach. And the only information they have is that it's part of a gang war between the Coyotes, aka the Stereotypes, and the Vipers, fresh off their appearance in Miami Connection. The one who was murdered was one of the Coyotes, so they all suspect the Vipers. Such a sad state of affairs.
All those kids with nothing better to do than kill each other.
Thanks, Tequila. You may have noticed Bonetti hasn't said very much in this episode to indicate that he's Italian. Well...
I gave him a nice bowl full of ziti last night with some marinara sauce on top and one sfogliatelle.
You call that food?
I call it Bonetti's breakfast. Does he eat anything else? Sam Spade comes in to inform them that the body found at the beach had recently been moved. Yeah, that's all technical jargon. I need something in layman's terms.
Okay, now according to ballisticals, he was shot 3 times.
Wow, 3 times in the ballisticals? Ouch!
Thankfully, Knight is putting his best cops on the case and not having Bonetti babysit a movie star this time around. Since Tequila can't have his usual diet of pizza and burritos, he's resorting to eating shoes. Though 90s shoes are known to give you an extra boost.
Yeah.
Whoa! All right, what was that? What was that?
My pump. My $200 pump.
Tequila, you almost got someone shot. Bonetti meets up with the leader of the Coyotes, Miguel Ramon Franco, from the bridge. And it's obvious Bonetti is going to use his tough cop instincts to get some info out of Miguel. But just how is he going to do it?
Can't scare a man who ain't afraid to die.
'Cause you ain't the man.
The next time you do that in your pants, man, at least have the courtesy to lift your leg.
By putting a gun to his neck, pulling the trigger, and causing the man to piss himself. Hell, I think I just pissed myself. Garcia, meanwhile, is handling the Vipers, and Dr. Chang was in a bad crowd well before the Dharma Initiative.
Oh yeah, you look yummy.
And I think Tequila's gonna eat him. I think Sam Spade may be hitting on Garcia in this episode.
Hello, Angela.
Hello, Sam.
I still have much gas.
And he's not doing a very good job. But what he really meant was that fragments on the victim's shoes prove that he was killed at a railroad yard and not on the beach, leading them to now understand Lenny's rambling about a red caboose. So we've got this really dark-ass crime scene, Lenny having a really good dramatic moment with Bonetti, and then this.
Oh, Lenny, don't torture me, man. It's a Slim Jim, full of nitrates and salt and all that funky, fresh, greasy, good stuff that I love.
Buy Slim Jims. Your dog will eat it. Unless you want to crap out that Slim Jim, best put that shit down. A gunfight erupts, and Lenny goes missing. Dramatic act break is a sign that by the end everything's gonna be okay, but most importantly, happy bumper.
Stick around, Tequila and I will be right back.
They still haven't found Lenny yet, but there's old Cotton Candy.
Hey, get at
Cotton
it.
candy. Hey, B, come on, man. Man, it's only a few calories.
That's where it all starts, Tequila. Just a few calories, and then after that, there's gonna be more and more, like this.
When I'm so hungry, my nose is only picking up food. Speaking of which, I smell pizza. Pizza with pepperoni and sausage, extra cheese, sauce.
Oh, come on, Tequila. You know you also smell poodles. Tequila's obsession with food actually helps them find Lenny, as he's the only one Tequila knows who eats a chili dog with peanut butter. And am I the only one who wants to see them travel to Vegas to count cards? Lenny is brought back to the precinct, and I know what movie Captain Knight just watched.
In other words, get it done quickly and quietly.
Captain.
I mean, listen to this place. It sounds like Bedlam and looks like Fort Apache, the Bronx.
Hell yes, Fort Apache, the Bronx. Pam Grier is a psycho hooker. Watch that shit. While they're still going under the assumption that it's one of the Vipers that are killing members of the Coyotes, Lenny's tips still aren't helping them very much.
Do you see the killer?
Little red caboose, chug, chug, chug. Little red caboose, chug, chug, chug.
Well, you heard the man. Put an APB out on a red caboose. Stat. Oh, and here's another confusing moment.
We just have to figure out how to ask the right question.
Ask him who went bang, bang, bang.
Who went bang, bang, bang?
Again, did he just understand him? I've now seen Bonetti laugh at Tequila's jokes, and now I've seen him take his advice. This isn't doing very good things for my head. Plus, it should be obvious who one of the bad guys is. Francois Chow. I knew it. I could tell by the sinister music. Though Knight has reservations about putting Lenny on the witness stand.
The pressures of cross-examination would probably have him reciting Humpty Dumpty.
Oh, Captain, come on, that's an exaggeration.
Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall.
And the most recent movie Lenny watched was Alice in Wonderland, the musical porno. Lenny stays with Bonetti because I guess that's where every guest star stays, and then it gets weird again.
I didn't leave any message on your machine, Shelley.
Double sausage, double pepperoni.
Those are his favorite toppings.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he called me.
You know dogs can't do that.
This is asking way more questions than it's answering. Did Tequila make that call? Can he speak on the phone? No wonder someone from Lost is on this episode.
Go chug-a-lug, glug glug, a chug-a-lug.
But Tequila chugging a beer brings it all back to reality. Uh-oh, if only Tequila wasn't getting drunk, maybe he could have stopped the coyote from being killed outside. They begin wondering how the coyotes are still getting killed when the vipers are all locked up, but Lenny's rant about an itsy-bitsy spider makes them realize that all the members of the coyotes have a spider tattoo on their neck. So it's obvious one of the members of the coyotes is doing the killing, but Lenny is still dealing with the death of Garcia's husband, Pete.
Not dead! Not dead! Not dead! Not dead! Not dead! Not dead! He's dead! Not dead! He's dead, but you can keep him. You can keep him. You can keep him. You can keep him here. Here. Forever.
I can't stop commending this show for how 1 minute it can make me laugh, and the next, I'm on the verge of crying. It's a tonal shift, yes, but both tones are really working on me.
Lady, don't do that. You won't make me cry.
Right? But making Lenny a viable witness is proving to be a little difficult, which leads to one of my favorite new characters.
Lenny said he'll testify that he saw Miguel Montoya shoot Jesus.
No, correction. Lenny will be able to testify that he saw the itsy-bitsy spider kill Jesus.
He said the itsy-bitsy spider was Miguel.
Frustrated Captain Knight. With none of the gang members offering up any information, and Tequila not worrying about pizza, the two are now of the mindset to solve this.
There's only one way. The street way.
So Bonetti is gonna shoot all of them? Or just threaten them with... what the hell? Did he just bring that in his lunch?
Pleasure. Now who wants to be dessert?
What is with Tequila threatening to eat people? Also, he is not gonna be shitting right for like a week. Bonetti lets out Dr. Chang and Edward James Almost. That way the gangs can meet for a real confrontation. One where Bonetti dresses in his old greaser outfit, where he was apparently one of the Brooklyn Dukes. And if you think this makes Bonetti seem uncool... It doesn't. Nothing Jack Scalia could ever do would ever make him not look like a badass. Hell, it then turns into a full-on knife fight, and the only reason it's interrupted is because we learn Lenny's special powers.
Getting too popular, Angelito. I hear talk of you replacing me.
Hey, I couldn't do that, man. You're my brother.
I always find out.
It's not true, Miguel. I swear on the Madonna, it's not true.
Adios, Angelito.
Bang, bang, bang!
That's right. When Lenny witnesses something, he becomes a master impressionist.
Pete's dead. Say, hey, Lenny, want to go to the Dodger game tonight?
Oh, God. He sounds exactly like Pete.
Pete?
And by that, I mean he's really good at letting other actors dub his voice. At least I now know what Garcia's husband sounded like. With Miguel being the one ordering the hits, Bonetti hauls him off so the coyotes don't kill him. Too bad Tequila probably will. I guess Tequila is so hungry for human meat in this episode because of the precinct diet that they're all on. By the way, that diet plotline is never resolved. But what is resolved is Lenny wanting to drive Bonetti's car.
Lenny! 1957 Series 62 Cadillac.
Look at Pete. He's going nuts.
And then they crashed it after it was recently stolen in the Rose Cadillac.
Tequila!
Cadillac.
You're right, Lenny. She drives like a dream.
I know she drives like a dream. It's my car!
I approve of this ending still shot. Tequila hanging his arm out the window like a true badass. They do some great Tequila training in this episode, with the voice matching the actions that Tequila's doing.
No, man, I don't want to get out. I don't want to get my feet wet, man. I just got my nails buffed. Oh, man. Ugh.
Unfortunately, no piano solo this time around, since when you got Rain Man, Coyotes, and Vipers, who has the time to sit and play the piano? Although the stock piano solo is played during the ending credits. This is a great episode to come back on. Bonetti making people piss themselves, Tequila wanting to eat everything, early 90s gang stereotypes, and some truly what the fuck moments.
Pizza party! Pizza party!
Wow, Lenny, how you do that, man?
How I miss this show. Coming up next on Tequila and Bonetti. You know what, who cares what's coming up next? It's Tequila and Bonetti. If you're watching Tequila and Bonetti, you'll instantly feel a little bit happier. We're over halfway through our Tequila and Bonetti retrospective, and what have we learned about Tequila and Bonetti so far? Well, that it's one of the greatest shows ever created. And really, that's all you need to know. Although we do learn something in this episode, and that's whether or not Tequila thinks people can understand him. This episode starts out so unlike the other episodes, on the pier. Actually, that's most of the episodes. Gotta give kudos to Language of the Heart for mixing things up by opening at a funeral. This time they've gone back to full-on bikini car wash company mode as Tequila and Bonetti are looking to bust pickpocketers.
She is our pickpocket, I'm telling you.
Daddy, where is she gonna hide a wallet wearing that?
Yeah, really.
Couldn't really think of much for Tequila to say there, could you? Sometimes I'd like it if the cold opening storyline were the whole storylines, like a whole episode about a bikini babe and a mime pickpocketing people, or when the Rose Cadillac started with a crooked magician. Come on, Bonetti, you're making this mime cry when she's not stealing his badge and his handcuffs. Wait, how the hell did she get his bullets?
Ooh, man, it's a good thing I don't have pockets.
Tequila may not have pockets, but it would be amazing if she still reached inside of him and pulled out a half-digested burrito. The mime probably should have taken his bullets before he shot the kid. The episode is titled Tale of the Dragon, not to be confused with the Breath of the Dragon episode of Manimal. The station looks just as crowded with beach bunnies as usual.
Thank you. Look at him. If I was on a poodle like that, they'd pour cold water on me.
Tequila, I've seen this entire series. No one has ever stopped you from humping a poodle. Oh no, Captain Knight leaves a burrito on the table. I bet I know where this is going.
Yeah, thank you, El Capitino.
What? He eats it? I thought he was gonna fuck it. Liz Torres shows up as a psychic named Gina. She's there to report a murder, but how does Tequila like that burrito?
Yuck! What's in this thing? Seaweed?
A bad burrito is definitely something that would ruin Tequila's day. Bonetti listens to Gina's story, but takes the time out to make fun of her accent.
And the victim?
Blonde. He had on a blue and yellow wetsuit and a jello surfboard.
Jello surfboard.
Bonetti.
But you said Jello.
Bonetti, I'm not so sure that you should be making fun of someone else's accent.
I would have made better time, but my mama made pacellis for my Enzine in Chicago.
Turns out the murder she is reporting didn't actually happen, it's just something she saw in a dream. And remember in previous episodes when I did hint that eventually someone would be able to understand Tequila?
Beats cross street from the outside, the Knicks go up by one.
You joke about a murder?
I wasn't kidding. That is this episode.
Who said that?
Who said what?
El tamal está muy loco.
You heard me?
Yes, I heard you.
Now, I'm going crazy.
And there we have it. Confirmation that Tequila is well aware that no one can understand him, though it really doesn't seem to negatively affect his life or his conversational skills at all. Bonetti doesn't take the dream seriously, but Garcia, on the other hand, believes in psychics.
Forget about it. That lady's like out of her mind.
Yeah, that is the same thing that my aunt said the morning that she dreamt that her husband was killed in a train wreck. That afternoon he was dead.
A train wreck?
Well, no, he had a heart attack.
Good point. We should definitely start investigating people's dreams. Or at least solve the burrito mystery.
You guys seen my veggie burrito around here somewhere?
Uh-oh.
No.
Captain, if you have to ask where your burrito is in a room that Tequila is currently in, you're not a very good detective. He gets his revenge on Tequila by ordering Bonetti to take Tequila to the vet to get his shots. They really missed out on calling this episode Tequila Shots. Hey, 7 episodes in and we're still getting scenes that are recognizable from the opening credits. It seems Tequila is getting a little lazy on his pickup lines.
Baby, do fries go with that shit?
Thanks, Tequila. The trip to the vet goes exactly like you would think, and what the fuck is the director doing to piss that dog off? The doctor gives Bonetti the medication, that way he can give Tequila the shots at home. Coward.
If this animal comes anywhere near my hospital, I will put him to sleep with the 30-30. Huh?
Yeah, go open an all-night convenience store.
Well, it's 1992, so of course there's gonna be a convenience store joke from a talking dog. Soon though, a dead body turns up matching the description of the dead guy from Gina's dream. This is getting funky.
Was he wearing a blue wetsuit?
Yeah. It's getting funky.
Totally agree with you on that, Tequila. Definitely getting funky. Oh, you need proof there's a dead body in the scene? Well, there you go. God damn, let's get back to some more laughs. Captain Knight is again wondering who keeps stealing his food, and some of this almost seems ad-libbed.
Got it for a minute.
Where is he?
Who?
Your I'll eat anything partner. Where is he?
She's right here.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
He's right over there.
With a natural pause after that joke and the expression, I'm starting to think the actors really are starting to come up with their own jokes. One thing that's not ad-libbed, though, is Knight threatening Tequila.
If I so much as smell avocado in your breath.
Oh, now he knows what poodle sex smells like. The case is a high priority because the dead surfer happens to be the mayor's son. But the biggest priority for Captain Knight is that the whole thing sounds like it would make a great screenplay. Bonetti is still finding psychics hard to believe. But he should know that anything is possible in a show about a talking dog.
Because there's no such thing as a psychic, Garcia. Just like there's no such thing as ghosts, the little leprechauns, and pots of gold at the end of the rainbow. Come on.
Yo, wait a minute now. Hold up. Now, what about Claus? Don't tell me no Santa Claus.
I'm sorry, a talking dog who believes in Santa Claus? Tequila has taken bullets and stopped murderers and serial rapists. Why does he still believe in Santa Claus? Oh, and I almost forgot. This episode confirms something else, too.
Caca. Caca? Must be a white thing.
That Tequila really does have the spirit of an old black man inside of him. Now all he needs to do is call Bonetti brother.
Sniff it?
Sniff it? Now go find her. Go on.
Hey, man, you sniff it, B. I'm going to get me something to eat, my brother.
And mention Compton.
You supposed to be the hip detective from New York City. Me, myself, I'm just a hound straight out of Compton.
All of the answers are really coming to light in this episode. They go see the psychic, also named Garcia, by the way. Her shop looks like the inside of a Spencer Gifts.
How bogus.
Who said that? Said what?
Tequila interrupted before Sam Wheat could show up to distract her. Seriously, did the writers just see Ghost? Gina has a theory about the voice.
Estoy trabajando, baby.
Tio Jose?
You can hear me.
Oh, sure. But when did you learn how to speak English?
Hey, who you talking to?
Mi Tio Jose.
Does he sound like a Jose? Well, his name is Tequila, so maybe he does. Jose, Tequila. Now I see what you did there. After a while, I really don't know how she doesn't figure out that it's the dog talking.
Candles? Damn, baby, you are seriously low budget.
No, he's back.
The joke never goes beyond this point. Gina is in 2 episodes, and it's nothing more than Tequila will say something, and she reacts by saying, "Oh my God, what was that?"
Want to hear me bust a rap? Now he's my man with the plan. You got to understand that we need the info.
Okay, that was an eagle. Okay, that was an eagle.
Well, okay, I guess it does go somewhere. We get to hear Tequila rap again. She warns that the killer is going to strike again, and the only thing she knows is that it involves an eagle and a rainbow. Luckily, this happens right outside as they see rainbow balloons, and Bonetti saves a man with an eagle tattoo from getting shot. The killer, however, gets away.
Oh man, someday I gotta learn how to drive.
Tequila driving, that would be a real jump the shark moment for this show, and I would still totally buy it.
Homeboy and I will be back in your face after a few moments.
We're back, and even though someone can finally understand Tequila, he doesn't really seem all that invested in this case.
And you don't bring her in.
She didn't exactly predict it.
What exactly did she do visiting?
Maybe he's tired because Captain Knight is talking about his screenplay again.
She only wants to talk to me.
Wait a minute, she didn't sign over her story rights to you, did she?
The people who made Ghost will sue you. Bonetti is ordered to bring in Gina, which he refuses to do.
Way to go, B. Fight the power.
All right, Garcia, you bring her in.
I'm not so sure that saying has anything to do with a psychic who can sense when people are gonna die. The piano solo returns in this episode, though this time it begins with Bonetti driving. Wow, this time around, they've pretty much given a love theme to a corpse. Bonetti goes home to finish the music. We get the same shot of Knight used in previous episodes. Is this all he does every evening? At least we know Tequila's getting some dinner. And that Bonetti shot a kid. I do love this moment when Gina is brought in.
Listening to you two talk like this really tugs at my heartstrings. It reminds me of all those wonderful weekends with Hilda. Good. Good. Now that I have your attention.
Charles Rocket is awesome. Though she severely depresses him when she doesn't feel any power in his screenplay.
Nada.
And yet she can't predict that this joke about her hearing Tequila is already old.
It's really not a date.
Yes, it is. Take a look at that.
It was either grub with the girlie or make me take a shot.
They're asked to keep Gina in a holding cell to see if she has any more visions.
Mr. Mayor, Captain Knight.
And Tequila still doesn't seem all that interested. But she gets to spend some time with Terry Funk.
My mother was a psychic.
You lock her up?
When there was a full moon.
So in a previous episode, we found out Terry believes in RoboCop, and in this one, his mother may be a werewolf. There's a lot of weird plot lines going on off camera. And worse yet, this ruins Bonetti and Garcia's date.
Listen, it wasn't going to be that kind of date anyway.
Well, yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
There's only one thing that goes nowhere quicker than a potential Bonetti and Garcia romance.
Yeah, and scoop me a double order of fried shrimp heads.
He's back!
Yeah, it's that. Why doesn't Tequila just say that the voice is coming from him? Maybe it's because he's too focused on Bonetti getting them food?
Don't forget my shrimp heads, man, and hot sauce.
Again, he's perfectly content with knowing that people can't understand him, but that's not gonna stop him from ordering hot sauce. No hot sauce tonight, though. Instead, another dead body. Ah, whew, it was just a dream, so Tequila will get that hot sauce. And was this part of the dream too? If so, she should now know that the voice is coming from the dog. Tequila's not the only one who's more interested in food.
He just went to go get the sushi, remember?
I had the octopus.
Thanks, Tequila. Terry. The vision, however, didn't come true, as Bonetti is still alive.
Gina had a dream that you were killed.
Me? A mort?
Was I in it?
You sure? See?
I guess she didn't hear him that time. But Bonetti is warming up to the idea that her visions mean something. Kinda, sorta.
You read palms, tarot cards, bumps on people's heads, and all that other mumbo-jumbo that people out here believe in.
But you got a gift.
The hell? Did she predict that opinion change? Why did he get so sentimental all of a sudden? She points out that her vision had Bonetti inside of the sushi restaurant and that he was standing next to a dragon lantern. So I guess that's where the title comes from. Still should have called it Tequila Shots. While this case may involve snipers and spirits, we got some brave cops on this case.
Well, maybe the spirits know.
Spirits, huh? I'm out of here.
Okay, so that's too much for Tequila, but in his defense, he just found out Santa isn't real. This case is so intense, Bonetti is actually letting his pizza get cold. But judging from the dissolve, they take Gina surfing and call it a day. Actually, their plan is for Gina to use her psychic abilities to tap into the mind of the sniper. I see 91,000 people, 33 exit gates, and 1 sniper. No, wait a minute. That's the tagline to 2 Minute Warning. Gina figures out that the sniper is from out of state and has been murdering surfers because his girlfriend left him for a surfer dude.
Sick, but makes sense.
That might make sense to a human, but to a dog, that's stupid.
Yeah, dogs are much nitpickier about surfer murderers. Maybe it's possible the sniper was sent from the future to prevent the remake of Point Break from happening? Don't believe me? The sniper was in the original Point Break. Using a psychic to find your killer is really easy when the sniper is simply waiting right outside, just like the balloons. Gina's power is really good so long as it's in walking distance. And the rock and chase music was right across the street as well. Bonetti asks Tequila to get behind him in fast motion, while the sniper wants to take out every surfer for revenge on Baywatch for letting John Allen Nelson go. Tequila tries to stop Bonetti from chasing the sniper into the sushi bar, or else Gina's vision will then come true.
Bonetti, wait! The backup is gonna be here any minute!
Wait, is that what you do in California? Wait, you're sending the backup?
Bonetti!
Just hold him, okay?
That's why there's so few New York detectives.
Because they go in sushi bars filled with snipers against the advice of their talking dog partner? I've been to New York, I can vouch for this. But surely Gina's vision won't actually happen. Huh. Well, that's the end, folks. Bonetti's dead. No more Tequila and Bonetti episodes. See ya. Okay, so Gina's vision doesn't quite come true. Yep, because Bonetti shoots the fucker like 100 times.
Ooh, I bet that hurt.
Tequila, people are dead. But like a good partner, after they've finished off the sniper, Tequila gives Bonetti a break and actually goes to get his shots.
We've got a poodle, a parrot, and 2 elk hounds. Still in emotional distress.
Did Tequila fuck all of those things? Sure, Bonetti successfully took Tequila to get his shots, but Tequila also has a present.
Buongiorno, baby, oh la la!
That's right, Bonetti got Tequila a hooker.
So, where to, partner?
Come on. You don't waste any time, huh?
And Bonetti likes to watch. More footage is used from previous episodes in the end credits, and if someone hadn't seen the other episodes, they may be wondering just what in the hell is going on in these credits, and who are these people? And just like most of these episodes, the discs come with other CBS previews after the credits. It'd actually be a lot cooler if they were placed in between the episode's commercial bumpers. So let's see what's on TV this weekend in 1992.
To win here, not only do you have to outshoot the field, you gotta tame the Blue Monster. The Doral Rider Open this weekend on CBS Sports.
Wow, I know what I'm not watching. Take me to prime time.
Eddie Murphy is back to take care of business.
How long would it take to shave those legs anyway?
In Beverly Hills Cop 2, Saturday.
Well, now you're speaking my language. That's a big bitch. But let's see if there's something on that I can watch with the family.
He's a ghost.
Well, if ghosts existed, it'd be gridlock. They'd be everywhere.
Well, they are.
Will Maggie bust this ghost? Believe or else. All new Northern Exposure Monday.
When will Fleischman ever get used to Alaska? And their ghosts. I miss Northern Exposure. Tale of the Dragon may feature a one-joke character whose plotline goes nowhere, but it does answer the burning Tequila and Bonetti questions.
So, can they understand the dog? Does the dog think other people can understand him?
Exactly. Thanks, Talking Cat. While the episode certainly relies on the procedural cliche of, how do we find our killer? Well, just let a psychic lead us to him. But the idea of a Scorpio from Dirty Harry type villain who specifically has hatred for surfers, leading to a montage featuring a corpse, makes for some great Tequila and Bonetti viewing. Perhaps the episode's director knows a thing or two about classic TV cheese. He played Officer Corrigan on T.J. Hooker. Honestly, though, I approve of any episode that ends with Bonetti blowing the villain the fuck away.
Ooh, I bet that hurt.
Again, Tequila, there's the body of a sushi chef like 2 feet from you. Coming up next on Tequila and Bonetti, Charles Rocket dates a serial killer. Will it end with Bonetti blowing her the fuck away? Much like how episode 4 of Tequila and Bonetti Real Life was a little bit like the Michael J. Fox, James Woods action comedy The Hard Way, episode 8 is a little bit like another thriller of the time. In the 1989 erotic thriller Sea of Love, Al Pacino played a cop who goes undercover to find a serial killer who picks their victims by using newspaper personal ads. In A Perfect Match, Tequila and Bonetti go undercover to find a serial killer who's using a video dating agency to find their victims. In both cases, they go on dates to get DNA samples from potential suspects. And just like Real Life, this episode also answers the question of what would this other movie be like if it contained a talking dog. And like the previous episodes of Tequila and Bonetti, it'll probably open up with some wacky shenanigans. Like a guy wanting to commit suicide by jumping off the roof. They're all sick of waiting around for the crisis negotiator, and Bonetti must have just seen Lethal Weapon, so he can handle this.
Stay back!
All right.
Or I'll do it!
All right, just calm down now.
Uh-oh, pancake time.
Only with more jokes about the jumper being flattened like a pancake. Don't worry, it says what brought the man up here.
What do you want to hear about first? The 10 grand I lost in the stock market? My wife's boyfriend? Or the prognosis on my tumor?
Damn, let the man jump.
Remember in Lethal Weapon when Murtaugh was all like, just push him off the building, Riggs? Tequila actually tries to save the guy by biting his pant leg, which makes the situation a lot worse.
I got him!
Well, I don't. Oops.
Tequila, you may have killed 2 people.
Right, oops.
But it morphs a little into Lethal Weapon 2, so they land in a swimming pool instead. It's okay, they have the entirety of the opening credit sequence to get dry. Now they can all joke about their fun afternoon.
I didn't know they had tag team diving in the Olympics.
Guys, what if that other jumper, drowned? It took so long for Bonetti to dry off, he's got hours worth of Garcia flirting to catch up on.
Oh, you used the book.
On occasion?
When?
When it's the Kama Sutra, baby. When it's the Kama Sutra.
I got you. Like this. Fish, bring it on home.
See, he's also a reader. What more does she want from him? They're soon informed that there's a dead body on the beach.
Damn. Well, so much for cocktail weenies.
Don't worry, Tequila. It's probably just some bum sleeping it off on the beach or something. Never mind, it's the corpse of someone who was shot point blank in the middle of the head. The more horrifying the case on Tequila and Bonetti, the better. Especially when they follow up an image like that with a burrito gag.
Tequila! Tequila! When it in your stomach, it's fair game, brother.
Tequila! You owe me a burrito!
Again, I feel like I say this every episode, but you gotta stop leaving your food laying around for Tequila to steal. You definitely have no one to blame but yourself. Sam Spade, the coroner, is given a little bit more screen time this episode to also flirt with Garcia and give her a cactus.
Angela, I was thinking of eating myself for dinner Friday, but I would much rather have you.
Okay, so he may also be a serial killer. Sam Spade seems to be sticking with the I don't speak English so good gimmick.
You make a video.
Yeah?
Then you watch other people's videos. And you pick the one with whom you wish to play hide the... What do you call it?
What?
What do you call it?
Not buying it. He's one of the few actors on this show who actually is from California. They're informed that the body on the beach is one of 2 victims, whose one thing in common is that they come from a video dating service. And Captain Knight tells them about all of this in the form of a screenplay.
Exterior, beach, night. A young couple walks hand in hand along the water's edge. They laugh, they joke.
Not only does this pitch have arcs, but it gets more intense.
Fury burns in her eyes. Her boyfriend tries to back away, but there's no escaping the impending doom. Boom! Boom! He loses consciousness.
And that's one of the main reasons this episode works so well. It's a Captain Midian Knight-centric episode, and the more we get to spotlight the legendary Charles Rocket, the better. We'll get more into Charles Rocket in a future episode, but rest assured the spirit of Captain Midian Knight continues to this day.
And I'll write a screenplay about all of this!
So what makes this a Captain Knight-centric episode? I'll put it to you like this. They're searching for a female serial killer, and Captain Knight just so happens to have started dating Janice, a woman who looks exactly like Glenn Close from Fatal Attraction. He's so into her that how could she not turn out to be evil by the end?
Man, I thought I eat with passion.
See, he likes her so much, he mouth-fucks a granola donut while watching her leave. Now, they probably want you to suspect the head of the video dating agency simply because she looks like a sexy movie Satan, but it can't be her. That's Deborah Pratt, who was not only writer and producer on such shows as Magnum P.I. and Quantum Leap, where she was also that show's narrator, but she also served as an executive producer on Tequila and Bonetti as well. While checking out Katie Couric's dating tape, a familiar theme happens in all of these videos.
I have this beautiful golden retriever. Her name is Shauna.
Bring on the Goldie.
Oh, he really has to love dogs.
Yeah, boy.
A lot of people...
If you want to go out with me, you better not be allergic to poodles.
Hooray, jackpot.
This secretly appears to be a dating service for woman-dog love. But shock of all shocks, Captain Knight's Janice is one of the clients.
Holy granola.
Not exactly what I was gonna say, but thanks, Tequila. Soon it's even discovered that Captain Knight has a dating tape as well, and he must really be into her if he left out this crucial information, or maybe he was embarrassed by his tape.
I had a dog once. His name was Scruffy. His legs were fused at birth. My father said it was something that happened after birth, but my mother explained after birth to me, but I don't think it was the same thing.
Okay, at this point, have we ruled out whether or not Captain Knight is the killer? He definitely seems a little embarrassed since he asked Bonetti and Garcia to keep his dating tape a secret.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. All right. What about him?
I'm telling everybody.
Captain, he's a dog.
Of course he is. I'm just...
Why did he just act like he knows Tequila can talk? Is that why he was so on board with the Psychic and Tale of the Dragon? Has this whole series just been one giant screenplay by Captain Knight? So, since all the clients appear to love dogs, both Tequila and Bonetti decide to make a dating tape together, which looks more like an awkward episode of the Newlywed Game.
I'm Nico Benetti, and I'm from Brooklyn.
I'm Tequila. I like poodles, Mexican food, and an occasional brew.
Oh, yeah, I'm sensitive.
Cut!
What?
We get to see a little line-orama between the characters, and it actually works, because it doesn't go on for 5 minutes, and there's actually context, because Bonetti keeps messing up his lines, which causes them to have to do multiple takes of the dating video he's making.
I like golden retrievers, burritos, and getting busy.
And I'm very sensitive.
Cut.
This is my dog Tequila.
Just call me a New Jack love machine.
Oh yeah, I love animals, and I'm a very sensitive guy. So you want to go out with me or what?
Cut.
What?
Captain Knight, however, appears to still be having a great time, but once she kills off Captain Knight, she can move on to her next victim, Al Borland. And odds are Tequila will get laid far more than Bonetti in this episode. Yep. On the first undercover date, Bonetti goes jogging with someone's ass, and this is definitely a double date.
What do you say we give our pals a rest and get to know each other better?
That dog did not sound interested at all. Good, he's got the hair sample, so let's move on to...
To paradise, B. To paradise.
Oh, I guess she was interested. She just needed a bush to hide behind first. Bonetti's second date is with a movie TV vegetarian, which means her not eating meat has made her so angry and stuck up that Bonetti just outright pulls a hair out of her head so he can move on.
One down, 2 to go. Hey, don't worry, I got her covered.
Oh, and Tequila got laid again, and he made it in the front seat for a change. I'm surprised it took till the third date to find a poodle. This time, he's with the eccentric Gigi Rice, who has a creepy ex-boyfriend who follows her, but there's more important things at stake here.
Where is he? In the bushes, letting her libido run wild with an ugly brown mutt.
This dating service appears to be the best thing to happen to horny dogs, and the worst thing to happen to people. Case in point... That's either another victim, or the cameraman really wants this show to be cancelled.
Stick around. Tequila and I will be right back.
Much like in Sea of Love, when Al Pacino begins a fling with potential suspect Ellen Barkin, Captain Knight also doesn't want to believe that his love interest may be a serial killer.
Come on, last night's victim was a member of Great Date, and he dated Janice only a month ago.
Yeah, and according to the report that I read, visiting Detective Bonetti, he also went out with the 3 other suspects.
Yeah, and Romeo here got their hair samples and they all came back clean.
Except in this case, she is definitely the serial killer. So Captain Knight tries to convince Bonetti and Garcia otherwise by inviting them out to dinner.
What are you gonna bring?
My partner. Well, what about me? I feel so neglected.
Tequila, you've gotten laid far more in this episode than Bonetti has this entire series. And plus, they bring Tequila anyway. And while the night is going well for Captain Knight and Janice, things get dramatic with Bonetti and Garcia when Bonetti gets real about wondering when Garcia will move on from her deceased husband.
Yeah, you want somebody that's safe. Somebody that's not gonna hurt you again. I got news for you, it's not living. When your husband died, and God rest his soul, he took you with him.
And Jack Scalia and Mariska Hargitay are great in this scene. They prove multiple times that they can handle the cheeky, flirtatious dialogue, but they're also more than capable of showing the more dramatic side to these characters.
I'll just get a cab.
Let me walk you to the door.
Bonetti, you come near me, and I'll break both your legs.
I actually believe she's going to break his legs.
You'll need more than a Brooklyn apology for this one.
And I also believe that dog can really talk. The episode also works wonders in giving us more Captain Knight backstory. We already know he's a health nut and a struggling screenwriter and is a Vietnam vet, but this episode expands on that.
I was the only kid in my entire unit who had parents that were tight enough with the bigwigs in Washington to get on the phone and just get me out of there. But, oh, I didn't want any part of that. No, sir, I wanted to be there.
And now I want the prequel series, Captain Midian Nam. The episode is equal parts serious and hilarious, especially when their previous dates get hung up on tequila.
Nico, it's Tammy. Shauna just hasn't been the same without tequila.
Baby, after I rock their world, they never are.
Well, you know what they say, once you go tequila, you never go vanilla. Another perfect night for a piano solo. We've got some hair samples to check out, plus Captain Knight doing his love dance, which was previously seen during the end credits of Run to the Litter, but here has context, suggesting many of these episodes were probably aired out of order. The best, though, is when Gigi Rice is spending the evening with her poodle and reading a book called Harnessing Your Best Friend. What is going on with the women in this episode wanting to fuck their dogs? Except for the angry vegetarian who is mad at her dog for not having the same diet. The piano solo actually doesn't end with a flashback of him shooting the kid, probably since we know Janice at least didn't kill that person. The next morning, when Bonetti makes it up to Garcia, it's actually very sweet.
I asked the florist to take off the thorns in case you threw them at me, but she said I probably deserved it. In case you don't know, that was an apology, Garcia.
Captain Knight ends up with a killer, and Bonetti can't even end up with Garcia? That hardly seems fair. Although some truth comes to light when Janice's hair samples are tested.
It seems he is dating a man. Whoa, 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 what was that?
Whoa, hey, you're getting your crying game in my sea of love. Turns out Captain Knight may have provided his own hair as a sample because he really doesn't want Janice to turn out to be evil. The sex must be amazing. They head over to Janice's place, but who knows how they're gonna get inside.
Oh, yes. Ready, willing, and she knows I'm able.
That settles that. So long as the dog goes inside to fuck another dog, that's probable cause. And yes, Tequila does have sex while the other two are looking for clues.
And where you been? Call me lucky in love. Right, baby?
Oh, not again.
Okay, how many puppies does Tequila have at this point? They find various newspaper clippings and also the boots of the killer, but this particular room belongs to Janice's roommate, Victoria, which means Janice may not be the killer after all. That's good, considering how she and Captain Knight's date looks like it will definitely involve watching a Tony Scott movie and listening to some Richard Marx on cassette tape.
It's also a little known fact, but tuna is quite the aphrodisiac.
No joke, I really feel like listening to Glenn Frey's No Fun Allowed album right now. And I really feel like getting the neighbor dog laid, so maybe they'll shut the fuck up. The talking dogs on the show shouldn't be going on behind the camera. They're racing to stop Victoria from killing Captain Knight, but first...
There's your turn.
I know,
If I lose my lunch, it's going in your lap, pizza boy.
What's wrong with him?
I think he's getting sick.
Not my original upholstery, he's not.
Then have
Somebody give me that sick bag.
No situation is too dire for some shit jokes involving Tequila and the car. Did this episode run short? Tequila belching up a storm and getting sick goes on for a while. And all while being spliced in with Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy. Seriously, 1 second we get romance.
I always wanted a tall, handsome man with a bizarre sense of humor who's totally out of touch with...
Well, you got one.
And then more of this.
Oh, thanks, Sweet Pea. I feel so much better.
Can you breathe in her direction, please?
Romance and burp jokes. There's nothing that this show won't try to put together. Except for maybe Bonetti and Garcia. Knight is so in love with Janice that he proposes to her before he finds out for sure if she's a serial killer. And when Bonetti and Garcia show up to warn them about Victoria, a chase ensues when they hear some noise off in the distance. So is this going to be like Sea of Love, where it turns out that the woman who everyone thinks is guilty is actually innocent the entire time? That's not a spoiler for Sea of Love, by the way. The first time the killer makes an appearance in that film, you'll know exactly who it is.
I
I didn't scare you, did I?
Yes, as a matter of fact, you scared the hell out of me.
But in this case, the killer is Janice. Oh yeah, she did that shit. Turns out Victoria is Janice's Mr. Hyde alter ego who springs into murder mode the second she thinks that someone will break her Janice-side's heart.
You killed those men?
I had to. I had to keep her from being hurt. They were going to hurt Janice. Just like you.
So we all know what's going to happen. The clearly schizo Janice is going to get the medical treatment and the mental health hospitalization that she obviously needs.
Drop it! No!
Just kidding. Bonetti shoots her in the fucking chest. And everything appears to go back to normal. Captain Knight returns to reading Variety, and while there is an episode way down the road that addresses his feelings towards this situation, this ending has other things in mind.
Uh-oh.
How'd they get here?
They just showed up and they won't go away.
What is this? Okay, as great as it is that these scorned dogs have teamed up together to humiliate Tequila, I mainly love how 3 dogs come into this station, sit down on the bench, and Terry Funk's first instinct is, oh, well, clearly they must be here to talk to Tequila. But to his credit, they were there for Tequila.
There's a perfectly good explanation for all of this. Really, there is. Which I better come up with fast.
Tequila owes them so much child support. Oh, bitches be crazy. While the ending credits remind us of happier times in Captain Knight's life, there are more March of 1992 CBS promos contained on this DVD.
The passion, the suspense of championship skating continues with a dazzling display of artistry and poise.
Okay, you may be excited now, but look who's hosting it. That's right, hosted by Kirk Cameron. Yep, that Kirk Cameron. I'm sure Kirk Cameron and a group of figure skaters probably have a lot to talk about. Let's see if something less awkward is on.
Based on the true story, the phone call every family fears.
She was attacked this morning and she was raped.
One of the few rape victims.
He said that if I went to the police, he would kill the children.
Yeah, but what would that TV movie be like with a talking dog? And don't worry, there is another Northern Exposure promo.
Good, clean fun.
Anybody out there got a cow they want to fling?
And God-fearing townfolk.
Well, I happen to be an atheist. I always admired atheists. I think it takes a lot of faith.
Why, there's even a real country doctor.
Just some good old God-fearing folk who are probably spending the evening watching Ice Capades with Kirk Cameron. Past the pilot, A Perfect Match is a great episode to get people invested in Tequila and Bonetti. Not only are there tons of great goofy side jokes involving a horny Tequila, but we get to see a little more drama between Garcia and Bonetti, and a whole lot of backstory and character development with Captain Mitty and Knight. And let's not forget that while Tequila is getting his rocks off, there's a dead body with a hole in his head, and Bonetti once again blows someone the fuck away. Not to mention, this is also a really good-looking episode. Seriously, at times it's flat out gorgeous to look at. Which could possibly be owed to the episode's director, Virgil Vogel, a 50-year veteran of film and television. Makes sense that you could compare this to Sea of Love, because A Perfect Match is the erotic thriller of the Tequila and Bonetti episodes. Coming up next on Tequila and Bonetti, Tequila goes back to obedience school, which is run by Mr. Strickland from Back to the Future. You know, calling this series DVD-R hell is kind of an insult to Tequila and Bonetti. Sitting through Tequila and Bonetti isn't hell. The show is a treasure, and it needs a resurgence, god damn it. Therefore, whenever talking about Tequila and Bonetti or any other lost TV gems, the show should be called DVD-R Heaven. The episode Fetch This Pal, which is about Tequila having to pass K-9 training, was directed by prominent television director Rob Bowman, who also brought us the theatrical films The X-Files and Reign of Fire, but seemed to have returned to television after directing Elektra. Writing credit goes to Tommy Thompson, who also served as a producer and writer for Quantum Leap, plus wrote the Hardway-influenced Tequila and Bonetti episode Real Life. I see in Fetch This Pal, the show appears to have lost its budget and is now shot on Shitio, but thankfully there's still enough in the budget for burp jokes.
I don't think he minds.
I can't believe you. 6 tacos and a burrito? Just a light snack.
And who fed him all of those, Bonetti? Bonetti and Garcia are busy not pulling over people speeding.
Did you see that?
See what?
That car just ran a red light.
Whoa. That's not a car. That's a Rolls Royce. Let it go.
Why?
Because Rolls Royce means money. Money means power. Power means influence. Influence means wasted paperwork. Trust me.
Your credit to the force, Bonetti. But Garcia gets him back. No one's getting pulled over today.
Those 2 girls, you just ran the red light. Let's go. Roll it.
Oh, those weren't girls. Those were co-eds. And co-eds means tight bodies, and tight bodies means small bathing suits, and small bathing suits means lots of drooling, and lots of drooling means wasted paperwork. Trust me.
Yes, and it also means higher sex appeal, which should mean higher ratings. Speaking of a lot of paperwork, remember that time Bonetti shot a kid? The opening credits are here once again to remind you. Here's something we haven't gotten to yet. Let's talk a little bit about Tequila first. The opening credits simply tell you that Tequila is playing the dog, as if maybe Tequila is the animal actor's real name, or that he's simply called the dog in the show, which he's not. In reality, the role of Tequila was played by 5 French Mastiffs. Producers of the series originally intended on the dogs from Turner and Hooch to play the role of Tequila, but when that proved to be too difficult, the 5 new Tequilas were brought in from Birds and Animals Unlimited, a major company which supplies animals to TV shows. Each of the 5 dogs filled the role depending on the scene. Foster was the runner and did non-action sequences, Julio was the attack dog, Everest rode the motorcycles, Dart jumped and ran, and Max was also a jumper. Roger Schumacher, who also did training on Rin Tin Tin K-9 Cop, had 12 weeks to train the dogs, with a lot of the training being done on set. Like most series of its kind, many of Tequila's scenes were shot after the main action was shot, but the dogs were still always present on set with the other actors. I don't know what became of the dogs after the show, but naturally, they each deserve their own star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Tequila and Bonetti are called into a bomb threat at a museum, which seems to be in good hands.
We've only retrieved half the pieces. There are millions of dollars in priceless art in there, and I am holding you personally responsible for any damage.
How would you like to dial the phone with your big toe?
See, Mr. Strickland is in charge here. He's gonna find some way to pin this on George McFly. Tequila tries talking to the other dog, which just cries at him, once again implying that Tequila is the only dog in the world who can talk. But that doesn't matter to Strickland.
Officer Tequila? That's impossible. I run the K-9 qualification school for 15 years. That dog never came through. And so he went to night school.
You know there's more important things going on right now, like a bomb in a museum.
I was doing bomb squad while you were still wetting yourself.
Did somebody say wedding?
Well, I guess there is time for a piss joke. By the way, the bomb goes off.
And I hope our people got out okay.
Thanks, Tequila. Someone is definitely gonna pay for this, and that person is Tequila?
The mayor wants his badge.
Why?
Why? Well, let's see. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that he relieved himself on the commander's foot.
Really? No one is in trouble for the bomb going off in the museum? Bonetti wants to talk things over with Strickland, but then we hear the story about how Strickland fired cancer wife depression cop.
Had a sergeant on the LAPD for 18 years. Good cop. His wife gets cancer and she dies. 2 weeks later, he comes to work and he's drunk.
Rinker didn't even try to help this guy. I mean, he busted him right off the force on the spot.
This is a serious conversation. Tequila is really holding in that fart right now. We also find out Bonetti is hell-bent on keeping Tequila as a partner because he himself once lost a partner in New York. It shows the growth of Tequila and Bonetti's friendship, since in the past, Bonetti had tried like hell to drop Tequila as a partner. Plus, with Tequila as a partner, you get loads of laughs.
Are you sure? I mean, are you absolutely positive you want to talk to me right now?
Only if you're sure it's not a bother.
Yeah, who's that?
Unfortunately, Tequila hasn't passed K9 certification, which definitely means the two of them are going to get detention.
Man, I think this guy's out for both our tails.
It's simple, just stop being a slacker. He hates that. Yeah, the bomber is still on the loose, but Tequila going through K9 qualification is a much zanier plotline. And it comes with its own teaser trailer. Right away, Tequila doesn't mesh well with the other dogs.
Well, if it ain't Adolf Hitler with fangs, what it look like, homie? Achtung!
Because he's German. What's that rule? Get any dog to talk and eventually he'll bring up Hitler. Bonetti has an enemy too in John Calvin, Howie from the Paul Lynde Show, who is there to remind Bonetti that he's banging his ex-wife.
She's my ex-wife.
Ex-wife?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Guys, there's still a bomber on the loose.
She's an amazing woman. She's very, flexible. You know, being a dancer and everything.
That does it.
Hey, guys.
Yo, Sweet Pea.
Ew, wait, was Bonetti about to shoot that guy before Garcia walked up? Back at home, they're practicing in case someone sticks up a retro barbershop.
Bonetti, you are bugging to the heights of bugginess. Take that to the bank, kid. Attack this, pal.
Tequila thinks that Bonetti only wants to show up his ex-wife's lover, but even if that were true, Tequila still needs to pass in order to get his badge. But one of the more bizarre scenes in the entire series is when Captain Knight comes over to talk about the loss of Bonetti's former partner, and in doing so, he talks about his own issues with loss, that being his dead dog.
You lost a partner?
No, but I lost a friend. His name was Scruffy.
Scruffy?
You know, he could compare Bonetti's loss with the fact that his fiancée turned out to be a serial killer and Bonetti shot her to death, but that's not brought up in this episode. Maybe because this episode was filmed first, I don't know, but the last episode to air references Knight's now dead fiancée, probably because it was the one filmed directly after The Perfect Match. But forget that, Knight's dog story definitely continues.
His hind legs were fused at birth. The other little kids used to call him Drumstick.
Man, Home Dog was a serious loser.
You know, we've mentioned Thanks Tequila episodes in which the plot really doesn't have all that much to do with tequila, but this one is a perfect example of a dickhead tequila episode.
You know, I tried to teach him how to fetch for a whole week before I realized he was deaf.
What?
He was deaf. Vet says it was caused by the brain tumor.
Oh, the story gets worse.
My folks told me later that's probably what drove him over the edge.
Over the edge?
We lived on the 35th floor. It's okay, though. The vet said he didn't really feel a thing.
Bombs away! Splat!
That's right. His dog, which had fused legs, a brain tumor, and was deaf, ended up killing himself. And Tequila finds this hilarious. Oh, and another bomb went off, this time causing casualties.
This has gone too far. It's time for us to get serious.
Oh, but come on, Captain Knight hasn't gotten to the part where Scruffy the dog got the Ebola virus. I'm sure there'd be some jokes in there somewhere.
Homeboy and I will be back in your face after a few moments.
If we're back from commercial, that usually means piano solo time. This is actually one of the few piano solos that really does tie into the episode's plot. It shows Garcia reading a book on the male ego, and Captain Knight presumably writing a script about his dead dog. His dog is dead! So that's why Captain Knight wrote a dog script and needed to get Lloyd's approval. Also in the montage, Strickland does what I do every night, and oh yeah, the Mad Bomber's still around, but no time for that now. Obligatory dead kid cameo. Even though Terry is mentioned a lot in this episode, and it shows her picture not once but twice in the montage, implying that's the only picture of her, don't expect ex-wife Terry to be in any of the episodes other than the pilot. We've got training to attend to.
You'll be scored on a 1 to 10 point basis. Any questions?
Yeah, did you ever have hair?
Let's do it then.
Marty McFly already asked that question back in 1955. I love that the German Shepherds are given their commands in German, or at the least with an SCH at the beginning of every word. If that's the case, how come Tequila's commands aren't given in French? Again, Tequila's doing poorly because he's being a slacker, even with his theme music.
Tequila.
Props for waiting all the way to episode 9 before you bust out the Tequila song. Since Tequila thinks in English, all he has to do is put a pen in his mouth and write something on a piece of paper. Not only will he pass, but they'll be millionaires. Instead, he's a disappointment.
I wouldn't be too hard on him, Benetti. Takes a long time to train a dog for the streets.
Tequila has stopped serial killers, rapists, kidnappers, and has taken a bullet on more than one occasion for his partners. He may be the best cop ever! So much so that Bonetti is still determined on saving Tequila's badge.
This isn't about Terry.
Oh, come on, New York. Even I don't believe that.
But what's it about, Bonetti?
Saving a good cop.
Say what?
After realizing Bonetti actually cares for him, Tequila decides to do well in the program, which he should have been doing anyway to keep from getting fired. He finds the fake bomb and discovers it in true Tequila fashion by peeing on it, but that's still not enough.
5? What? How do you give him a 5? He went right to it!
He didn't do it by the numbers.
What are you talking about?
The name of the test is sweep and locate. He didn't sweep, he only located.
This is just revenge for causing him to wear diapers after putting a bomb in the toilet that he was shitting in. That's right, I switched it up a bit by bringing in a Problem Child 2 reference. And then Tequila is fired and the show ends.
I'm sorry, B, I tried, but he ain't playing fair.
Let's be fair, Tequila. You did try for only about 2 minutes. Yes, another bomb is found, this time in the hospital.
Our bombers planted another one.
Where?
University Hospital.
Cuts out the ambulance ride.
Thanks, dickhead Tequila. Turns out the bomber is a Sergeant Klein. Long story short, the bomber is cancer wife depression cop.
You think Klein's out for revenge, huh?
I would be, wouldn't you?
You'd plant bombs?
No, I'm Sicilian. I'd shoot him.
Yeah, like he did to Captain Knight's fiancée. Klein is a demolition expert who specializes in booby traps, and Bonetti is gonna bring him in the best way he knows how.
Don't do it!
By watching the man die. I wonder which dog was trained to confusingly watch the action from the background, or to provide the commentary.
I can see the news interview now. He was a quiet man, just worked in his garden.
That is classic Foster. Oh yeah, there's still the bomb in the hospital.
I think we're forgetting why we're here.
I know why I'm here. What I don't understand is what that beast is doing here.
That beast is my partner.
Word up.
Oh, I get it now. Tequila isn't being given a badge because they're all racist.
Captain, that dog is not qualified.
Says you.
That's right.
So what? So what if Tequila doesn't meet your canine standards? He can still help.
he could get everybody in there killed.
You know, technically, I think Strickland is right, but again, I think that all the killers in prison were put there because of Tequila. They tie Tequila up with a shoelace, that way he can break free and find the bomb. Again, Tequila should pass right away on the grounds that he knows how to work an elevator. Oh no, Julio is the bomb defusing dog and he's off today. Since the bomber was specifically targeting Strickland, Bonetti knows to pull the opposite wire Strickland would suggest. So Tequila gets his badge back.
I still think this dog doesn't project the proper canine image, but... What the heck, here you go.
But Strickland gets to keep Tequila's Ooh La La magazine. Oh, and one more plot wrap-up.
I just wanted to... Next time you see Terry, you tell her I said buongiorno. Agabishi.
And then the lover goes and punches Terry.
I knew there was a reason I liked this guy.
Thanks, Foster. Well, this episode of Tequila and Bonetti is done, so what's coming on next?
First came the voice, then the dream. If you believe in the impossible, anything can happen. Kevin Costner, Amy Madigan, and James Earl Jones star in Field of Dreams, Sunday on CBS.
Yes, but was it a talking dog that told Ray to build the baseball field? I think not. Fetch This Pal certainly represents something common in the second half of the Tequila and Bonetti episode list, which is that there are far more dog-centric plots. It isn't so much that there's a villain and Tequila is there to help track him down, but this particular plot also depends on Tequila going through training and trying to get his badge back. Case in point, the next episode of Tequila and Bonetti, in which Tequila is shown winning an Oscar. Seriously. Throughout all of these episodes of Tequila and Bonetti, it's probably easy to wonder, just how is this series advertised? Sure, we've seen the print ads for the show, but what about on TV? Given the shifts in tone that the show has, how on earth did they advertise it on television? I'm so glad you asked, because here's how the show was sold before the premiere aired.
CBS Tequila and Bonetti Police Dog Auditions, take one.
I don't need this job. I don't need any of you.
I think I'm in the wrong audition.
Seen it before.
I'll do anything for the job.
Who let the pig in?
Yeah, I can play a dog.
That's him. He's perfect.
Tell me something I don't know.
Tequila and Bonetti premieres January 17th on CBS.
Give it up.
Couple things. I had no clue the Taco Bell Chihuahua got lost on its way to that audition. Arnold from Green Acres had a hard time getting work after that show ended. I love the implication that the poodle is willing to fuck someone to land this role. And who wouldn't want to see Lassie track down rapists and murderers? Speaking of which, more shows that have villains named the Parking Lot Rapist need ads that feature talking dog auditions. Of course, there are plenty of ads that actually do show the content of the series, especially when advertising for specific episodes.
Tequila and Bonetti track a killer. Will a psychic secret vision help him? Or lead him into a deadly trap? Tequila and Bonetti.
The answer is yes. Yes, her secret visions help them.
Then, guess who returns to Las Vegas?
Harry, it's him.
And he wants you to join in the fun.
Thank you very much.
The King is back on Hearts Are Wild tonight.
Anyway, Wonder Dog comes to us from frequent series director Rob Bowman and written by Robin Bernheim and Richard Oakey, and at this point it's pretty much a given that whoever the writer is also worked on Quantum Leap. Wonder Dog combines the plots of searching for a house robber / murderer and Tequila becomes a commercial actor. Can't wait to see the tone that the opening sets. Yes, someone is burned alive. While Bonetti saves the woman inside, Tequila needs his save the baby moment.
Oh, wow. You need to teach your little Nino some manners. He popped me right in the nose. Thought I was a burglar. There you go, honey.
Good job.
Somewhere between Tequila going in there and bringing the baby outside, the baby punched him in the nose. Let's wrap this up with some class.
Look over here. It was that stanky diaper that saved him.
It goes from a woman and a baby being trapped in a house fire to shit joke to dead kid. It's the most Tequila and Bonetti opening of all Tequila and Bonetti openings. It's a slow news day, so Tequila saving the baby is the top headline. Maybe it's a misprint. Underdog really saved the baby, and the rest of the episode is them trying to stop an illegal shipment of energy pills. It's such huge news that an ad agency actually offers Tequila a contract to begin appearing in commercials, but I thought he already passed the audition. Bonetti is needed on this assignment too.
You and I have a power lunch down at the yacht club. I'll be cutting the deal. You'll be acting as Tequila's official bodyguard and handler.
Yes, they should be solving crimes, but come on, Tequila in a commercial? That's far more important.
Yeah, really, I can handle myself.
And need I remind you of the fact that Garcia and I are working a major robbery investigation right now?
Look, it's been several hours since the robbery. There's no way they're getting caught at this point. I have a feeling this is exactly what it was like when Menahem Golan met with Clyde the orangutan to pitch him Going Bananas. Bonetti isn't too keen on Tequila acting.
He's gonna have to move, right? Do things, you know, like sit, stand. Yeah, well, you're out of luck. Because this free-spirited, independent, spontaneous dog could use a dose of obedience.
He should know how well Tequila is trained. A major plot of the previous episode hinged on that. But we get a different kind of tequila here.
How do you like this angle here?
Your star, Tequila.
Nice looking dog. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
The fame has gotten to his head, so in this episode, we get pretentious Tequila. Tequila is immediately hired to do ads for a home security company, and believe it or not, this actually ties into the robbery case that was taken away from Bonetti.
Gold badge? That's you?
That's me, along with a dozen other ex-cops.
You know, I'm working on a major robbery investigation involving 2 of your clients.
He's either the villain or he knows the villain. Bonetti immediately suspects that security CEO Harry Durday is hiding something, so he wants to inspect the security firm before they hire Tequila.
Unless, of course, you have a problem with showing us around, Mr. Durday.
Well, gotta hide the bodies. Harry only hires ex-cops or cops' families to work for him, all of whom scream villains.
Detective, I hire people who are either ex-cops or cops' family.
Cool, I can get behind that.
Thanks, Tequila. That's when they meet Charlie, the man who designed the company's systems.
Charlie here is the eyes and ears of this whole operation.
And brains.
That's right. Charlie's designed all our systems, he's installed them, and he operates everything right from here.
He's the villain. We all know that Harry is no longer on the force after his failure as police captain in Fade to Black. And of course, Captain Knight sees nothing wrong here.
I, for one, can say with great confidence that this is a product that we can represent with real pride. Right, Tequila?
Yeah, especially if I get to meet that cute little steak snatcher.
Did he hear him answer that? Why else would he have asked Tequila that question? Another robbery is taking place. This time, the bastards are stealing a box of chocolate coins. And he's pissed off that he never learned to read. But Bonetti figures that this particular robbery is either just a cover-up or leading to something much greater.
Well, we were just in the neighborhood and we brought you some donuts.
If we were just in the neighborhood, then I'm Don King.
Well, you may actually be Don King. But forget the robbery case, Tequila has a commercial. Don't make them regret passing on the pig.
Let's see that $1 million smile.
There you go, baby.
Isn't he incredible?
It is incredible. He understands the command smile. Remember last time when I promised you a scene where Tequila wins an Oscar? I wasn't lying. Granted, it is in a fantasy sequence, but still, this is a real scene in Tequila and Bonetti.
A star.
And the winner for Best Dramatic Actor is Tequila!
Hey, if Andrew Garfield could be nominated for Hacksaw Ridge instead of Silence, then anything's possible.
I'd like to thank my mama and papa, and I'd like to thank all the little mutts and mongrels who made this possible, but I can't remember all of your names.
I, for one, love Fraser Tequila. And quick question, was it easy or hard to put the tux on the dog? It had to have been easier than when he's in a police uniform later on. Yeah.
And I couldn't have done it without Fluffy here. Oh, baby.
Of course he has a trophy wife. This is his second marriage after that one poodle fucked him for a part. Anyway, the robbery plot. Harry is still very standoffish about letting Bonetti investigate.
Well, I hope this doesn't adversely affect my contract, Mr. Man.
Tequila, people could die. Still, there's more important things, like Tequila's contract.
All transportation to and from the job must be by limousine?
Stretch preferred.
I didn't do it. Addendum B. There has to be a poodle on the set of every photo shoot?
How was that negotiated into his contract? It turns out Harry was previously investigated for racketeering, plus...
I thought Harry was dirty!
Oh, Harry Durday was Durday Harry. That's very clever.
His name is Harry Durday. Could be a Dirty Harry reference, or it could mean that he's dirty. Arrest him now. Unfortunately, there's another robbery, this time from a Cinemax set, I think, or a Late Night USA series. Writer Robin Bernheim did work on Silk Stockings. Damn it, this person is getting killed. Now we'll never get another sequel to Animal Instincts. I particularly love the placement of the ad bumper here. It goes right in between robber killing a woman and happy music with a dog.
Stick around. Tequila and I will be right back.
We're back, and yes, that woman is still totally dead. There's a minor subplot in the episode where Garcia and Bonetti have a bet that Bonetti can't go a whole day without trashing California.
Say, I told you so. You La La Land cops are a bunch of cream puffs.
What, and lose my bet? Garcia, I may be crazy, but I'm not stupid. But since you did bring it up, I did say the next break-in was going to be a murder, didn't I?
Bonetti, someone died. I guess it's more important that Detective Lee gets his toothbrush back after Tequila stole it to whiten his teeth up before the commercial. Then we can hear about the evidence.
No. Pump-up athletic shoes. The kind that are very, very popular with teenagers.
You don't have to tell me. I know what those are. I had them, and I still sucked at basketball. Lee is being a total dick about Bonetti helping with the case. Hey Lee, remember when you nearly died and Bonetti gave you the confidence you needed to come back to the force? Well, fuck you too. On the commercial set, Midian Knight wants to be Tequila's own personal writer, and I think he got that job.
While I do have several questions, I'm curious as to why you're coming to me with this. I can't copyright your script.
But you're a key supporting character in my story. The script has to be Lloyd approved.
Hard telling if his script truly became Lloyd approved, though. Oh, well, that's just flat out adorable. Now if he can memorize his lines and take direction.
All right, I sense danger. Please, I can't work this way. I'm trying to concentrate here. I sense danger.
Cut. I'm not saying that the Police Academy series would have been improved by including a talking dog. I'm saying that it definitely would have been improved by including a talking dog. Tequila trying to take the uniform off is also adorable. Can't wait for the sudden mood change to happen.
I don't have to take this from some snot-nosed East Coast kid killer. I was just 2 years short of my 20 when I quit.
In this universe, everything escalates fast. Just listen to the music.
I can think of only 3 reasons why a good cop couldn't smell a killer right underneath his nose. Either you're covering for him, or you just can't see it, or you are the guy.
The music wants me to think he's evil. Misdirect. Tequila seriously gets fired from the commercial when Harry and Bonetti get into a fist fight. Well, at least now they have time to solve the robbery case. This requires a moment of quiet reflection. I so miss the era where even a talking dog show could look like Miami Vice. Hey, that's supposed to go in the piano solo! Harry claims that all of those racketeering charges were because he was framed by someone who wanted him off the force. Now he and Bonetti can solve this crime together.
You gonna sit there getting sand in your pants? Or you gonna help me shake the tree?
Hey, let's get shaking.
Tequila's been waiting all day for someone to say shake. While Harry and Bonetti begin reprogramming houses, Garcia goes to the home of, countdown to rescue Garcia time. Charlie has been wanting to get revenge against Harry because Harry injured him, although, does that really matter? I think he's fine now.
B! Come on, B! Oh, forget it, man. You humans can stay here and flap your gums all you want. Me, I got a job to do.
You sure you don't want to negotiate more poodles in your contract? Whenever it cuts back to Charlie and Garcia, it straight up turns into a slasher film. That is, if the slasher film also included a talking dog. Like the one in Halloween 5. Yeah, that totally happened.
Hey, when you were a captain, didn't you have some cops that just had instinct?
Yeah.
Well, that cop's got a ton of it.
But only when the killers have a very heavy burrito diet. Charlie is played by actor, writer, producer Patrick Massett, whose credits include writing for and producing Caprica, and if he's mad now, wait till that show gets canceled. This is the second episode in a row where the villain is someone who wants to get revenge on an antagonistic cop for something bad that happened to them.
Hi there.
Only way more Jack Torrance-y. Save your bullets, Bonetti. You may need the rest for Buffalo Bill here. Charlie mentions that he was crippled by Harry while Harry was pursuing a suspect, but he obviously healed, so what's the point of this revenge? They insert a stock angry Tequila shot from the Runt of the Litter episode when Tequila was reacting to Casey's fugitive brother. The biggest twist here is that the villain doesn't die.
Be brave. Do it.
Drop it, Benetti. Drop the gun.
Close your eyes.
No! B, what are you doing, man?
Why are they reacting as if Bonetti doesn't shoot a majority of the show's villains? After Charlie is apprehended, Tequila gets his commercial deal back, and Bonetti is free to make California jokes because it's been over 24 hours. And what kind of commercial is this?
Poodle? Poodle? Did someone say poodle? Gangway!
I didn't say action. Get him out.
Action? I don't need you to say action.
Probably just rehearsing.
Rehearsing? I think not.
Oh, I get it. They're not making a commercial. They're making that movie Porn Dogs.
Better take 5, everybody.
Yo, make that 15.
Well, that is all in Tequila's contract. This episode was amazing. Much like in Fetch This Pal, it heavily injects a dog-centric plot into the case of the week, and I love that the downfall of the villain wasn't that Bonetti was already investigating it, but that Bonetti had to be taken off the case and Tequila had to become a commercial actor and then get hired by the security agency at the center of the robberies in order for the case to get solved by all of this being a heavy coincidence. But more importantly, Tequila dresses in a cop uniform, wins an Oscar, and someone fucking dies. This episode is a success. On the next episode, Gina the Psychic, the one who can actually hear Tequila, returns. Goody. Okay, fine. If the other show on the channel isn't gonna get around to finishing the remaining 2 episodes of Tequila and Bonetti, guess I'll just have to watch them myself. I know my Tequila and Bonetti, thank you very much. We've made it to episode 11, Brooklyn and the Beast, which aired April 17th, 1992. See, I can Google the episode as well. It's an uh-oh, they're trying to take the boys off the force again, where this time they're under the microscope of a corrupt reporter, more obsessed with Tequila and Bonetti than me. If you need to be caught up, cop moves to California after shooting a kid and is partnered with a dog whose inner monologue we can hear. Thanks, Belisario. There's no time for any other backstory because the boys are already in hot pursuit, clearly chasing a car of hot poodles, while Tequila is your classic backseat driver.
When I was a pup, I used to love car chases. The wind going through your nose, the tires screeching, the smell of rubber, your heart pounding. Ah! Now, it all depends on how much I've had to eat lately.
Then the criminals got away because Tequila shit in the car.
Never mind, they get away because of the news team trying like hell to get to the OJ chase. Get out of the way, this is an emergency! No joke, because of the reporter, the robbers got away.
Call it in! Arturo Medina Action 8 News. What can you tell us about the chase we just witnessed?
Honestly, Bonetti is right to take this guy in. He got in the way of their chase and even shoved Bonetti at one point. Oh, how I missed the go-to Tequila joke that immediately cuts to the shoot the kid opening.
You're under arrest.
Some people just got no respect.
Yeah, get past the sad part, and on to the cop show Saved by the Bell opening, only with significantly more drinking with the dog and banging. Brooklyn and the Beast was the only directing credit for Jeff Gorson, an editor who worked on Tron, as well as editing a lot of Adam Sandler movies. Obviously, I had to wait until now to finish Tequila and Bonetti. I needed to review Roadhouse first to get the backstory on why Terry Funk left a life of crime to join the force. The reporter is Arturo Medina, a local media celebrity with connections, and how that's Tony Plana, Manny the co-manager of Jerry's apartment on Seinfeld. Sure, he let the armed robbers escape, but I mean, why was there only one cop car chasing him? Whatever, let the man go.
I know where the red tape should go.
I got him on multiple misdemeanors.
And he has to do a television show at 6.
So what?
We need him on TV to find out what celebrity birthdays are today.
Oh great, Gina is back. You know, the psychic who can hear tequila. This bit definitely would have continued if there were more episodes.
Oh, don't even try it.
He's back. Who's back?
The voice.
This gimmick does not build in the 2 episodes that it happens. But remember, really, it's the reporter who's the real victim.
He was just doing his job.
Yeah, keep me from doing mine.
Come on, we picked you up on the scanner. We went after the story. You know what it's like to be on pursuit.
The armed robbers ran over 20 old ladies after we lost them. Seriously, the people they robbed did have a backstory.
That was a mom and pop owned jewelry store. They just arrived to America from East Berlin when the wall went down. For what?
They were just gonna get bought out by a K Jewelers anyway.
I see Heidi, the TV employee, and Bonetti are getting flirty. I bet she's gonna be a love interest. It's the only episode she's in. Remember, Garcia is the will they won't they partner when Tequila sets the mood.
Go chug-a-lug, glug glug, a chug-a-lug.
Tequila's belching contest is over when the news slanders him.
The police turned on me and my crew for trying to cover the story.
I guess Tequila is more threatening when the voice is taken out. You're showing him out of context. He was talking about burritos. Yes, it's another episode where Tequila is in trouble for being a renegade dog. But we already saw the other episode where he got in trouble and then got certified at the end. Captain Knight's shtick will explain everything.
I didn't let this happen. It was Mayor Mayer. Who? Mayor.
Let me guess. Louis B. Mayer.
No, Louis the Mayor.
Fine, whatever.
I don't have time for your old Hollywood references. Now take me to Commissioner Universal. Even though Tequila is an official police dog, Arturo raises some points about Tequila being a loose cannon.
We got creeps calling us, claiming that Tequila bit him. Bad guys that you two busted, demanding retrials.
Either Arturo is making things up, or Tequila killed a lot of people off screen.
Sadly, Knight tells him that Tequila is being punished with desk duty and stripped of his dignity.
I've never been so humiliated in all my life. You gotta help me, partner.
11 episodes in, and this show still has the best pause for commercial moments. Will Bonetti squeeze burrito ingredients through that muzzle? Find out next. We've got another convention coming up. Come see us April 26th through the 28th at C2E2 in Chicago, where we'll have more prints, movies, exclusive episodes, and copies of my book, Class of '86. Get your tickets today at c2e2.com and hope to see you there. We're back, and Bonetti has hauled in the strawberry watermelon bubblicious gang, and Tequila is depressed about missing all of this. I like how he's still brought in to work, only so Terry Funk can give him shit.
Beans, hot sauce, cheese, guacamole.
That's cold,
This
man.
burrito's even better than the ones at the Happy Gringo.
That's all right. I'll get you.
Then Tequila wraps a tortilla around a log of dog crap. What a day! Oh, great.
Well, it's very sweet of you, Gina, but why don't we just call it even, okay? Goodbye.
Man, get with the program. We need all the help we can get.
There he is again.
Okay, moving on.
Forget that candle. Tell him to take the muzzle off the dog.
Take the muzzle off the dog.
Gina, I can't.
This is like if Oda Mae Brown was in Ghost Dog. Wait, that's not a dog movie. Vampire Dog? Sure. They are even throwing shade at other snob episodes.
A curse? Oh no, I haven't done a curse since Piazzadora.
And that one worked.
How dare you? Tequila and Bonetti and Piazzadora movies can all be awesome. This guy has it in hard for our heroes.
NYPD transplant Nico Bonetti has been involved in several police-related shootings, including the shooting and slaying of his commanding officer's girlfriend.
I mean, Arturo isn't wrong for doing a story on this, if it's true. I mean, well, this part's true, we know.
She was 12 years old. The police department said it was a righteous shooting. What's righteous about killing a child?
I guess one would wonder why he simply moved precincts, while Bonetti has a look of, I need to kill this man before he finds more bodies. Don't worry, Tequila chimes in.
Bonetti.
And I thought I was getting dogged.
See, they're having a worse day than you, lady. I'm sure Bonetti can make things good with Arturo, portrayed like a smarmy mafioso.
It's all right, Heidi. Detective Bonetti was just leaving. Unless he wants to apologize.
I'm sorry.
What?
It's okay, Tequila. He's simply sorry he can't kick his ass right then and there, when it seems the reporter is in cahoots with the mayor over some sensationalized reporting, which leads to riling up his audience to harass our heroes. My God, they made it look like the opening credits. Seriously, it wouldn't be an episode unless we got an excuse to cut back to the shooting flashback again. Damn it, too dark. This is a dog and burrito show.
Welcome to Bellevue.
I had a vision that you wanted a burrito.
I don't eat burritos, Gina.
Give it to the dog.
Still, good luck eating that, muzzled dog or not.
What is it, a full moon tonight or what?
How'd you get the muzzle off? Hey, you want to eat a burrito? You take off the muzzle.
That was the writers painted into a corner thinking, so, how do we have him eat the burrito? I don't know, he could take the muzzle off this entire time? Hell, Arturo just lays out all of his corrupt stories. How hasn't he been sued? I'm sure no one was hurt when ace reporter Dillinger here was shot at.
Call an ambulance.
I don't even know who that was anyway. Ain't nothing a Bonetti piano solo can't fix, with more reused footage than a manimal transformation scene. Once he's done, then he can hear about the drive-by.
Can I see you for a second?
Uh-oh. Oh, boy, when he says, uh-oh, that means we've stepped in it now.
Wait, you're all just now finding out that there was a public shooting?
Mr. Medina's convinced that you're responsible for the alleged attempt on his life last night, which resulted in the tragic murder of a 19-year-old female.
What was that?
You heard me. A 19-year-old tragically killed. Arturo's lawyer thinks that Bonetti did it, even though there's clearly no evidence of that. And they're going all in on the silly names in this one. This guy's name is Frank Avalon. Guess I know what music the writers were listening to as well. Unfortunately, Bonetti doesn't have an alibi for the shooting.
Be that as it may, you apparently don't have an alibi.
I'm his alibi, and he's clean.
I have a hunch that in a future episode, there would have been one where Tequila is on the stand and translated by Gina. Everyone thinks Bonetti is guilty, even Heidi. Not that his responses are doing him any favors.
When I shoot, I don't miss.
That's supposed to convince me.
Oh, don't you think I could come up with a better way to kill somebody than a simple drive-by shooting?
Right, he gets way more creative when killing people, and they always end up dead. It's his handsomeness that wins her over, though, just like how that adorable tequila face made no one want to put the muzzle back on him. Seriously, he just takes it off and they forget about it. On to the detective work, where the crime scene shows that the shooter was intending to miss Arturo.
Do you know what you mean, Mr. Detective Pants?
Yes, what I mean is that he wasn't looking to hit anybody.
Bonetti, tell that to Tammy Wells' parents.
Oh right, the dead 19-year-old. Sorry. It still doesn't make sense. Gina's here.
The gun is in the bag.
That's all I need to know.
Where's he going?
And that she didn't figure out it was the dog talking from that.
Just like she said, it's in the bag.
The yellow bag!
Or that she's simultaneously the best and worst psychic. Just like how these criminals are the worst at either getting away or framing someone. They dumped their gun bag in the alley so a homeless woman could find it. And we have Tequila to sum up the Gina shtick.
This is getting old.
Right? He could just say, "It's me, Tequila. I'm the one whose voice you're hearing." And she still wouldn't know it's from the dog. I guess the criminals figured they needed more evidence against Bonetti, so when they broke into his apartment, they stole a gun to use to shoot at Arturo.
Visiting Detective Bonetti under the circumstances which are extremely awkward. I'd like to preface what I need to say by saying that I have complete sympathy for your predicament.
We're gonna move you to another precinct. Pack your bags, you're going to Dallas. Will this be the end of Bonetti?
If you give up this right to remain silent, anything you say can and will
Damn,
be used
B, we've
against
been
you in court of law.
framed.
He's so upset he could only bring himself to take a half nap. Let's take another break. We'll find the grave that Bonetti put the bodies in soon enough.
Homeboy and I will be back in your face after a few moments.
We're back. Nice of them to let Tequila in for visiting hours. It's when Gina comes in that he demands no more visitors. Guess it's okay though. She found a witness to the crime, because in TV, a psychic can fill in any hole in the plot. The real hero, though, is Charles Rocket for posting his bail and burning Tequila's muzzle. Take me right to the witness. Why didn't anyone else do this sooner?
I just want to ask you a couple of questions, please.
Wait a minute. Hold up, senorita. We just want to rap a little. That's it.
Get her ass, Tequila. So Lupe, the witness, saw no faces, but did see a parking sticker. Hello, the number of the news van. Enough for him to realize that Arturo, already a local celebrity who seems to have high ratings, staged his own shooting to frame Bonetti for being mean to him, I guess. This goes deep. Look, he got Ryu from the Street Fighter movie to trash his apartment. Just play it cool.
It was an accident, man. It was a ricochet. I said, shut up!
No one's supposed to get hurt.
Wow, all this was true? I was just taking a shot in the dark. Thanks for confessing. Let's just fill the rest of the episode out with a chase.
Now I'm coming for you, and this ain't no publicity stunt.
Good one, Tequila. He swam away and you lost him. Sure, I could keep running after Bonetti fell through the floor, but stopping in broad daylight to drop a boat on him? That'll get me off the hook, unless Tequila steps in.
Oh, come on, man. I got my guy. Come on.
Sorry, Bonetti. Those are the rules. Lazy-ass dog ain't doing shit.
Look out, man.
Then they died. The final episode has been pulled. Kidding, we're taking you downtown, buddy. Your punishment? Cleaning my apartment. Say, Heidi wanted me to give you her number. Heidi? Who's that? She ain't gonna be in the next episode, Garcia. It does have a happy ending. Bonetti gets the tape of all the dirty laundry Arturo was gonna air.
It's yours to keep or to lose.
Makes sense. There's a lot of dirty shit on here, Tequila. Come on, buddy. We're not returning this to Family Video.
Go ahead. Do it. He scores. All right.
Now let's go shoot us a jaywalker. Lesson learned. If you got a checkered past as a cop, pray the reporter investigating you is a killer. Thanks for watching, everyone. Be sure to subscribe to us today and click the notification bell, and we'll see you next time.
I don't need no babysitter.
It's finally come to this, the remaining episode of Tequila and Bonetti, and it's taken about 10 years to review all of them. Why did it take so long? Oh, because I didn't want it to end, of course. Also, I get very easily distracted. Sometimes. Reviewing all the Tequila and Bonettis, 10 years. Spotlighting each movie from 1984 in a 4-hour video, I'll have that for you in a couple months. And this episode, titled Mama, is quite an episode to go out on. Charles Rocket bangs Bonetti's mom, who is then stalked by her ex, the manager with the busty waitresses from Seinfeld. This episode holds a special place in my heart, because it was the first one I saw any clips of. For a while, the only Tequila and Bonetti video you could find on YouTube was this particular scene in the station.
Thought you might want to talk. About what? Oh, it looks like teeth pulling time.
I knew right then and there I had to see more. Where is this clip going?
Ciao.
Yeah, ciao. Hey, man, why you gonna close the door in my face? Man, that was cold.
That's a look that says you will buy all of these episodes on bootleg. This episode comes from director Bob Holm, who only directed this and a few episodes of Quantum Leap. And every great biography should read known for Quantum Leap and Tequila and Bonetti. This is gonna be a wild production.
I want this place cleaned up!
I see they're already cleaning out the set. There's a domestic dispute going on here, but they're putting a big emphasis on the guy's name being Big Eddie. Something tells me that's gonna be part of the joke, especially when Bonetti is very confident he can kick Big Eddie's ass.
How about if you come out here and I kick your butt? What? With my eyes closed and one hand tied behind my back.
Wait a minute, his name isn't Big Eddie at all. That's Von Carr from Willow. Also, we have our final tequila joke before dark opening credits. Oh, how I'll miss these.
Big Eddie?
Gotcha.
The memory of the dead kid drifting off into shenanigans will never fade away. Tequila and Bonetti, you were just too pure for this world. And they ain't done with the short jokes yet.
You shut up. You're starting to suck a broken record already.
Hey, Bonetti.
What?
Can I borrow a few bucks till Friday? I'm, a little short.
You are above this, Tequila and Bonetti. Think of something more clever.
That's what your wife said.
What's that supposed to mean?
What a maroon.
Perfect. That's why I'm here. Of course Terry Funk and Phil Fondacara are buddies, but that isn't what's making Captain Knight upset. Knight is mad because his recent relationship has ended. He can't even smile at the tequila jokes.
Haven't you ever seen anybody with a broken heart?
Yeah, me, the day I found out Lassie was a guy.
Exactly how many times did Tequila lick his own crotch while watching Lassie? Bummer that this is the last one. They're really amping up the sexual chemistry with Bonetti and Garcia here. The only way they can get their work done is to make sure Captain Knight gets so laid. Already you can tell this is a Thanks Tequila episode.
I'm not alone. I have Teresa.
Yeah, well, I got tequila, but he ain't gonna keep me warm at night, huh? You got that right.
Those are the episodes where Tequila doesn't factor much into the plot, so his dialogue is a bit more randomly inserted in, even more so than usual.
Ooh, give it up, B. The girl shot more holes in your game than a piece of government cheese.
Thanks, Tequila. Also, it's obvious that after the pilot, the episodes were aired in a very random order. For instance, this one is directly referencing the events from A Perfect Match, the episode that had the same plot as Sea of Love, where Captain Knight fell in love while looking for a female serial killer who used a dating service. This one is picking up directly after the events of that one. That's nothing that instantly falling for Bonetti's mom won't solve. It has to be Bonetti's mom. Listen to the music! I wonder if she's also Italian. Go for it, man. That's Carol Lawrence. She originated the role of Maria on Broadway in West Side Story. And this totally has the same lines.
Call me Rose.
Rose, I'm not surprised.
Is it me, or did Cap just hit on your mama?
My favorite Sondheim lyric. Maybe it's because this was the first clip I saw, but it still has one of my favorite Tequila reacts and looks at the camera moments. Hell yeah, I'm gonna show this clip again.
Yeah, chow. Hey, man, why you gonna close the door in my face? Man, that was cold.
Totally worth using this to introduce the show to my audience, back in the Suspiria episode of all things. Anyway, Ma, we'll head back to my place. You can sleep on the floor out here with the dog. I love that whether it's the main cast like Scalia or a guest appearance like Carol Lawrence, no one ever sleepwalks in this. Like this scene where they tearfully remember his late father.
You really miss him, don't you?
All the time.
He must have been a hell of a guy.
Okay, maybe the dog lines are a bit on autopilot here. Thanks, Tequila. Bonetti is in heaven with his mom visiting. Here, son, a whole lasagna every single evening. He finds out it didn't quite work out with her recent boyfriend Stefano, who worked at a fish market. We'll get to her stalker later. First, Bonetti and Garcia.
Are you seeing anybody?
Nobody special.
Garcia, she seems like a nice girl.
Ma, please, that would be a season 3 plotline. I wasn't kidding about her stalker working at a fish market. He's also known as the fish guy, and you know how we know that he's lurking around? Because there's always cats roaming around on account of him always smelling like fish. Let's take a break. The cats are gonna be lurking through his luggage again.
Stick around. Tequila and I will be right back.
We're back, and Bonetti has some reservations about Captain Knight banging his mom.
You're just scared to death that somebody like Captain Midnight might end up being your new father.
Shit, now I wish that'd be a whole season 2 arc of Charles Rocket settling in as Bonetti's new dad. Guess Tequila has the day off because he's still at home. He needs to be there so he can smell the fish guy, who appears and disappears like a slasher villain. I also love that we're going out on a Charles Rocket episode. We need more retrospectives showing how great and versatile this guy was. When it came to comedy, he could do villain like Dumb and Dumber, he could do action comedy like Cannon's Down Twisted, and he could be in a movie like It's Pat, a movie known for being notoriously bad, and still sink his teeth in it and be so hilarious and committed. His scenes alone are like a diamond in a sea of shit that actually makes it worth watching. Even here, he's a fully realized character, with Knight being a lovesick, struggling screenwriter stuck with running a police station, and he's very charismatic and charming on top of that. That pairs great with Bonetti's mom Rose out-intensing Bonetti.
The only bad idea was to think a son might want to see his mother enjoy her life.
Jesus, Ma, I'm supposed to be the scary one. And this isn't the time to end the series on more questions.
They're gone. Let's go.
You made a promise.
All right. I had my fingers crossed, okay?
Okay, seriously, did he just understand him there? I hope so they can do a routine when spying on Knight and Rose's date.
I can't believe we're doing this.
I can't believe they put pine nuts on pasta.
I can't believe they let me in here.
What are they, like 5 feet from the other table? How the hell do they not see Bonetti, Garcia, and a dog in the restaurant? And with the waiter macking on Bonetti.
Has anyone ever told you you have gorgeous eyes?
Go see that man's talking to you.
I don't think so.
Don't look at me, stud muffin.
Oh, come on, he's not gay. He hasn't mentioned Charles Nelson Riley yet.
And I'll be back before you can say Charles Nelson Riley.
Okay, but he still hasn't asked Bonetti's mom to autograph his West Side Story album. Again, we need Tequila here so he can smell the fishy guy again, which is interrupting the waiter's shtick.
Oh my God, you made the messy. Here, let me
Touch me.
Aren't we, Mr. Cranky Pants?
Okay, was this the writers being like, oh, we don't have Bronson Pinchot, but we can still get Serge in there? That distracted him enough to where, oh no, Rose and Knight are gone. Did they spot Bonetti? It's an 80s comedy now, where Bonetti has to race home before his mom gets there to pretend he was asleep the whole time. Whew, glad she didn't see him.
You might want to soak those pants. Red wine can be very tough to get out.
Damn, she did see me at the restaurant having a loud altercation with the waiter. It's getting very serious here.
Now look what you did. I hope this doesn't mean she's not cooking anymore.
I mean, the dramatic music is at least telling me it's supposed to be serious. Though not as dramatic as the usual piano solo, with it being an episode revolving around romance, might as well cut back to the one where Bonetti hooked up with his ex-wife, went all Lady and the Tramp with Garcia, and oh wait, what's this flashback all about? Probably not important. Just like my ever-growing questions.
I hope this ain't a bad time, brother, but are you gonna eat that sausage?
Yeah, you eat the sausage.
Thank you.
With this being the last episode, I'll just pretend that he figured out the dog can talk, and he's okay with it. It's another serious moment where he talks about it being hard seeing her with anyone else but his dad, and it continues to be believable that they're mother and son. But really, Ma, it's still weird you're going with my boss. Now it goes from being dramatically serious to thriller serious.
I saw your friend the other night. Mr. Fish. What's his name? The fish guy.
Stefano.
Yeah.
Stefano is here?
Yeah, I saw him at the bar the other night.
Yes, she's hiding out in California because of her stalker, which is kind of like another movie.
It was like that movie where the woman boiled the rabbit, you know.
Did he threaten you?
No.
Also, Fatal Attraction, Ma. That's the movie you were thinking of. We can reference TV, too.
Maybe. He's here on business.
Yeah, maybe I'm Judge Wapner.
Timeless. Now Bonetti is cool with them dating, so he can catch Stefano red-handed. It ain't enough that Stefano is stalking Bonetti's mom. His file says he's had some issues with the ex-wives.
He's been divorced. What, it's not against the law to get divorced?
Widowed, not divorced. Look.
Both wives died mysteriously after a brief separation.
The issues being that he's a serial killer. I really am rooting for this relationship. It's hard not to. They're on a date to a Three Stooges marathon, where I could watch Charles Rocket talk Stooges for way longer. No time for that. It has to also be Cape Fear now.
Hello, Rose.
What are you doing here?
I know of you.
Ah, crap. Actor Al Ruscio is always getting in trouble when he doesn't have Stoney Cooper there to watch over him. We only got 10 minutes of the episode left. Gotta skip right ahead to Stefano taking them hostage at gunpoint. We'll be right back. I too wouldn't mind going to a Stooges marathon.
And it's a manimal rescue when Jonathan
save Brooks' life. Beginning at 8, 7 Central to nothing on NBC.
Be there.
We're back, but wait a minute. Does the dog have a ticket?
Where the hell you think you going? Where's it look like I'm going? Not with that dog and not without a ticket.
Look, Jean-Paul, I've already referenced a Seinfeld actor. We gotta find Bonetti's mom. I really dig how the episodes build from a basic plot. Some writers would jot down hero's mom stalked by ex-lover and be done with it. But this says no, this is a talking dog show. She needs to hook up with the police captain. Also, the stalker smells like fish and he attracts cats. And let's have a giant football player get in a fight with Bonetti, who he defeats with Stooges moves, while Tequila is busy eating popcorn from a couple making out. And don't even get me started on the usher.
I want to talk to you. Hey, man, I swear the girl told me she was 18. Oh, no, not about her.
Wait, what? Okay, we'll deal with that some other time. Stefano will be easy to find. Since he's a fish guy, he takes them directly to a fish market. Sure. I'm telling you, the captain is a catch. He takes a shot in the arm for her. Now it's up to Bonetti to come in and give this guy a good talking to make sure he never comes back to this town again.
No, but you!
Yeah, by putting 5 bullets in the man. Oh, so that's what that flashback was about earlier, to an event that hadn't even happened yet. It got to the point in the series where the flashbacks were even put in the wrong episodes. So anyway, that was a fun visit. We got Stefano's body in the fish market freezer. We're just gonna keep him in there until someone claims him. Now let's have the show go out in style.
Thanks, man.
Underwhelming final scene, but it is impossible to top the ending from Runt of the Litter. My official pick for the greatest tequila moment.
What's up, everybody? How's it hanging, brother Jake? My man, you looking good, brother. Just thought I'd come up and check you, just see how you was doing and everything.
That would have been a way to end the series, or was it the end of the series? So Tequila and Bonetti ran for 12 glorious episodes in 1992, and while you may be saying, someone should have rebooted this, they actually did do that. In the year 2000, the show was brought back to Italian television, in which Bonetti, still played by Jack Scalia, moves to Rome where he is partnered with another talking dog named Tequila. This ended up running for 22 episodes, but I've yet to find any English dubs of it, and am curious about the show. Though my being a Tequila and Bonetti purist, I can't help but be disappointed that this is not a French Mastiff, and it doesn't have Brad Sanders doing the tequila voice. And I guess it never worked out between Bonetti and Garcia. That's why I myself had to give the show closure in the Tequila and Bonetti episode of Lloyd the Animated Series. I hope you enjoyed my run-through of Tequila and Bonetti, even if it did take longer than I thought. But since the time I started, all episodes of the show are also on YouTube in case you yourself want to have an awesome Tequila and Bonetti marathon. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to think of another show to do episodic reviews of like this, and hopefully it won't take as long this time.
You're sorry. I'm the one with terminal fleas.